Hello, everyone. Welcome to another stream of Outer Worlds Last Expansion. Murder on Eridanos, I believe, is what it's called. So let's get, Murder on Eridanos. Let's get straight into it, shall we? I figured I'd start a little bit early. I'm here, I'm pumped, I'm ready. I've got my coffee, I've got my bottle of water, and a glass of wine. Figured I might as well use it. I don't drink a lot, so it's nice to kind of just relax into the evening. Hope everyone's had a really good week. Mine's been pretty chill, just been looking after the little one, who's doing very well. She's doing her best job of keeping us awake during the night, so well done to her. Yes, I've got that all set. Let's get cracking! I'm actually looking forward to finishing this game. And it's been a good length, I must admit. It is a lot more palatable from a time play perspective compared to something like Dragon Age. Honestly, I didn't expect to have spent as many hours as I did. I wonder if Felix has a quest. He probably does. Who do I want for this mission? Yeah, I think these two are going to be fun. Let's do it. Oh, wow. A full proper cutscene. Good look at the space I'm going to be exploring. Alright, you two. Let's get cracking.
This is half sublight thugs and half top rungers on vacation.
Ooh. Slug Sweeper.
Hello, hello, hello there. Hope your atmospheric entry wasn't too troublesome. As a guest of honor, you deserve the best in comfort. Sublight Salvage and Shipping Underground, or Slug, as we like to call ourselves, is delighted to welcome you to Eridanos.
Thank
I'm
you.
the Grand Colonial Head Bellhop. I'm here to grab your bags and direct you, the inspector, to the Grand Ballroom, which was the scene of the crime.
Ooh. Can you fill me in on the details of the murder?
I was the one who found
Hey,
Helen's
Doco!
body in the Grand Ballroom. Corpse wasn't in the best shape. Aside from that, I don't know a whole lot. Helen to host the unveiling for Rizzo's newest product, Spectrum Brown. Until you catch the killer, the unveiling's been indefinitely.
Don't ruin the surprise too early, Doco!
A shock for many. A lot of people are inconsolable. Hell, even Black Hole Birdie, Helen's beau, has wandered off. Some folks think he had something to do with the murder, but I don't believe it.
He did it. It's always
That
the
is good to
boyfriend.
know.
We should ask if they're comping the minibar. This might take a while if you get me.
Ah, I like where your head's at. These things take time. Weeks, I'd wager.
What?
Folks
Why
get
is
heated
she
when it
looking
comes
the
to
other way?
Serials and their actors, I suppose.
Federal election sees path to minority government while both leaders declare they can win majority. Oh, well, I guess we will find out. Okay. Now, when do they do early voting? Federal election. Early voting. Although that may vary according. AEC says May 3rd. No, that's alright. I mean, that seems to be what I'm reading as well. Now, what is happening on May 3rd? Doo-doo. Right, that's why you're letting me know, because it's a Saturday. Ha 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 ha. Thank you, Doco. Although what I usually tend to do, state election in WA was so shit I found out by accident from a mate who works in an office that the state election, for the first time in my life, was mandatory this year. Why the fuck didn't they fucking advertise that publicly? Why did I have to find out from a friend? No, I'm letting you know because I just found out. Well, I do appreciate it, so thank you. No, that's actually handy for me to know. Voting at an early voting center. April looks like. Where can I vote? Outside of electoral, you by person or by post. If on polling day you are outside, are traveling, are unable, are serious, a person with disability, are patient, religious. Alright, well, where can I vote? Oh, there is also postal voting. I will have to look into that. I honestly couldn't care about the election. You're voting for a dumb fuck. To fuck with you, I am letting you know to avoid the fine for not voting. Yes, no, I know. This is why I tend to do it earlier. That way it's kind of a, I'm done. It's like ticked off. I don't have to think about it later. Cause yeah, I agree. I don't, the fact that we are forced to is fucking shit. It's bullshit. I get the mindset behind it, but also it should be a choice. Not, yeah. Best way to do it. Best way to do it. Just get it out of the way. Don't have to think about it. It's done. You don't have anyone chasing you. And if they do, you can say, well, see, I got proof. It's done. Was she a divisive figure?
Not particularly. But I think some folks were jealous of her success, or otherwise viewed her as a threat. Reckon how she came about her fame didn't help.
How are you today, Doco? Do it now. Worry never. Yeah, that's it. Been getting enough sleep?
Why, she was a natural. People fell in love with her. She managed to wrangle the following all on her own. She ended up about as famous and high-runged as your average VP, which rubbed a lot of Byzantines the wrong way. Actors ain't supposed to get preferential treatment. Let's see here. Oh, I already spoke briefly about the spectrum unveiling, or lack thereof. It's still an awful shame. A lot of folks looking forward to that.
Wait, what's wrong with your arms? Why are your arms playing up, sir? Have you been working out? Been getting those bicep curls working? Some infection starting somehow on... What is wrong with you, sir? Please look after yourself. Oh, God. I mean, there must be a lot of splatter if, like, your left arm is working as much as the right arm, like... Must be a lot of friction between your elbows as well. He just knows where the entry points were, but neither can explain... What entry points? What are you talking about? Entry points to what? Did you get bitten? What are you fighting, like snakes or something during the night? Elbow and traveled down my arms and bit up. Wow. Oh, yeah, okay. Like, as in that point. That sucks, man. You just haven't had a really good couple of months. Dude. I thought you worked for Slug, not Rizzo.
I do. Rizzo's happened to rent out the Grand Colonial Ballroom from Slug for the unveiling. A nice mutually beneficial event. But the murder's gone and ruined that. Along with 9 out of 10 of my favorite cereals. Anyway, I think I've held you up long enough. Once you're ready, head down to the lobby. The ballroom is just behind the elevators. Meanwhile, I'll grab your bags.
Woohoo! I don't need you to take any bags.
You're certain? All right, then. Guess we can probably set you up with some spare uniforms if you must yours.
No, you know what sucks? I can't... yeah, man. And I'm pissed off. Fluids from my elbows. Wait, what? You're pissing out fluids from you. I filled buckets of body fluid because I can't let my elbows scab. Otherwise... oh, but I'm slowly healing. The redness and swelling have finally died down. Dude, that sounds horrible. What the hell did you have? And what kind of doctor can't even figure out what the problem is? Like, that's scary. Morning, Impulsive. Have you seen, like, another GP just to get, like, a second opinion? I know that's a bit out of your way. Damn Modern Trouble. Yeah. He's been having a tough one this week. Sealed up shut.
Do you have any idea how many bits I've spent at the Grand Colonial? Is my patronage worth nothing to you?
Apparently not, sir.
Quite a lot, sir, but unfortunately...
Medicare bulk billing isn't a thing anymore. Oh, you're struggling with that. How much is a GP checkup? Is it like $45 or is it more?
Greetings, Inspector. No need to check in here. Your paperwork has all...
Whoa!
You'll be able to find the Colonial right ahead.
Yeah! Now we're getting into America territory and that side of things. I guess this election will be interesting. That's crap, man. $300.
Oh, you're the Inspector. Welcome. Has anyone helped you with your luggage yet?
It's funny because, like, I remember... what was it? We went to the States. And I don't even think... and to be fair, this was South Dakota, so I don't know, like, if what each of the other GPs charge in America. But, like, in South Dakota, it was, like, $80, I think. And that was, like, a full checkup with bloods and everything. It was, like, that's stupidly cheap. Considering we've heard, like, how expensive anything medical in America is. Ever since my local GP went private, they've been advertising via text that they have bookings available almost every week. Really shows how good business is when people are not financially confident to see a doctor over a cough. When you're charging $300 for a checkup, I don't freaking blame people. That's ridiculous. Like, I get if you're, like, needing, like, proper bloods or if you need anything else to be done. But like a basic consultation, you should not be charging $300. And that's like, we're not talking about like even legal advice here. It's just, it's crazy. Like, you don't even pay that much for some physiotherapies, just for someone to even spend an hour or even half an hour, like, proper time with you to give you, like, exercises and stretches or massages, whatever you need. And yet a doctor is happily able to charge you $300 for, like, a 5-minute, yep, cool, well, all right, there's clearly something wrong here. I'm going to prescribe you something. Go to the doctor. Done. Oh, no, I don't need to go there yet. Legal advice. I think a solicitor would turn around and say, what the fuck's wrong with you? I study law, not medicine. See a doctor, dumbass. No, I'm just comparing the price point, you idiot.
I can't believe someone so famous as Halcyon Helen could meet a fate like this.
Ooh.
It really is a terrible shame. I absolutely adored her series.
You bastard.
I almost can't imagine.
Ooh. The Grand Hotel. Oh, God. Do you have no other, like, public type doctors in the area?
I'll bet you 10 bits this is all just some sort of publicity stunt. We should try to...
With Halcyon Helen gone, does that mean Spencer Woolrich will get all her roles?
I certainly hope not.
I live in a ditch with one bus route. Oh, you're like in the sticks. Oh, that's even worse for you. Oh, mate. Yeah. I feel you, man. I ain't taking an Uber to see a GP that's 15 minutes away. No, because I'm sure the Uber is probably going to cost you just as much. Unless you've got your own car.
The crime scene's awaiting, Inspector. Can't believe something like this could happen in my hotel. When I found her, I was just hoping she had a little too much to drink, but all the grievous bodily injury adds up, I suppose.
Thought it was, I wonder if she's drunk.
Hey, Byzantines and restraint aren't two words that often go together. Wouldn't be the first blood-soaked, unconscious party-goer I've come across. Anyway, I'm sure you've got questions.
Mm-hmm. You want to give me more details on how you came across the body?
Sure, I'd taken to checking the barroom every few hours prior to the unveiling. Just to make sure no sprats had snuck into the place. You understand. Found her right before I was set to head back to my room in the lower levels for my mandated 5-hour sleep period. Tell ya, thank the law for caffeinoid. Been too upset to get a wink of sleep since. And hey, now I can finally see smells.
So, how's it been trying to play any video games on stream with your elbows? Like, are you like, do you need to hold them in a position to like not get them to burst? Ah, what have you been doing? Oh, no. You poor man. So what have you been doing? Just resting and recovering? Have you been watching anything to keep yourself sane? Or do you just like staring at a blank white wall? Perhaps purple. Does that stimulate your brain more? Did you kill Helen? You can tell me if you did. It'll be our little secret.
What? No! Just because I found the corpse doesn't mean I made her a corpse. I was in shift all day.
Maybe you did.
Besides, I loved Helen serials.
Trust you.
Well, the old ones.
Because it wasn't me.
The newer episodes are hot junk on a warm day.
Any idea why Helen would have been in the ballroom after hours?
Beats all hell out of me. Maybe she was, practicing for the unveiling?
And has Michael Keaton come out to play? Hey, come on, let's go. Hey, all you gotta do is say my name like 3 times, and I'll make whatever you want. Hey, come on, hey, you know. Maybe some 420 to ease the pain, pass the time. Pass the Duchy on the left-hand side. Pass the Duchy on the left-hand side. Back to my other
Sure.
questions.
What's on your mind?
Did you see Helen on the day of her death?
Of course I did. I just told you I found the body. Oh, wait. You mean when she was still breathing?
Yes, you fool.
No, of course I didn't. Plus, it's untoward for an employee to speculate about the actions of a hotel guest. Not that I saw any hotel guests interacting with her.
I think we both know that you're itching to gossip.
Honestly, you're more than a little right. I've been burning at the britches to share my theories. Day of her death, I saw Helen leave the hotel premises with the profit of profitability, and didn't see her come back. A little on the suspicious side, I think. Seemed especially strange, seeing how, as far as I was aware, the two didn't get on.
It's 2025. The whole world should legalize it. Though I agree with you, Impulsive, unfortunately, we still live in a world where people treat that type of drug as like a no-no. Which is stupid, because you think about the amount of damage that even people under the influence of alcohol does. I mean, what's the worst that you get out of weed? Okay, you're a little bit slower in your cognitive thinking and response time. Yep, cool. So, don't get behind a heavy vehicle. No different than a car. I think the only damage to weed is if you're under the age of 24, 25, where your brain is still developing and there's a chance of it affecting your mental state. And if you're someone who's predisposed to any other genetic predispositions of mental illnesses, that's about it. Kills and destroys the body. Yeah, it is very illegal. I know. It's a poison. It's a wonderful poison. I get that people enjoy it. Case in point. But all within moderation, right? The whole DUI was created by law because of alcohol. Yeah, I want to agree, Impulsive, but there's too many stupids that cause harm to themselves, and isn't that the problem? And everyone around them by being under the influence, and people who get drunk as fuck, going 4 times over the limit, still manage to accomplish this. And it didn't work for the, what was it? God damn it, what was that period? I'm thinking coalition, but that's not the word. God damn it, what was that period when alcohol was abolished? Oh, man. I can't think of the name of it. I gotta look this up. Period where no alcohol. Prohibition. God damn it. Yeah. Didn't work for the prohibition, so why should it work for frickin' weed? But then you get the other argument of, well, if you're letting alcohol and weed exist, then surely you should just legalize cocaine and heroin and all of the other fun ones. Come on, just let them all. Just legalize them all. And then where do we draw the line? Honestly, I say we just draw the line at weed and mushrooms, and that's it. At least go with the clean psychedelics. They're a lot more fun and not as damaging. And not as addictive, for the most part. What's the deal with profit and profitability, Shia guessed?
Yep. Give seminars on increasing profit margins and the like. Can't say much else, seeing how I ain't in the gossip market.
As is, UK banned swords, Australia banned knives because stupid people carry them and commit crimes with them. Hence why cannibal isn't legal. Cannabis isn't legal. People cannot be stupid. God forbid, huh? God forbid. Why didn't Helena and Prophet get along?
Or as I can recall, Helen dismissed the lady's seminars in some kind of interview. Said her co-star used them, but she didn't. The top rungers are always ready to read between the lines of famous folks and seem to think the Prophet was on her way out. Woman lost a ton of bits and is set to lose more. I hope all that helped. I'd like to be as useful as I can in the investigation. I just didn't want to steer anyone the wrong way.
Wanted to do Helena
Everyone's
in?
got theories. I don't reckon mine hold much more weight than anyone else's.
Goodbye. Oh, no. This way, hotel guest.
Disappeared, you know. That poor fellow must be inconsolable.
Wow, Inspector! Help you get that killer.
Constable.
Oh, thank the law. Inspector, you don't know how relieved I am to see you.
Constable Keene, nice to meet you. We spoke over the
Constable
Athway.
Maria Keene. It's good to meet you in person, Inspector.
Dr. Goodnight. Ecstatic to make your various acquaintances and so on. Are we finished with the pleasantries? There's something I'm excited to show you.
I'm guessing you're talking about the body.
What body? Oh, that. Goodness, no. This is far more interesting than Halcyon Helen's rapidly cooling corpse.
Our coroner has developed a device which may prove useful in your investigation. Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you.
Our office has instructed her to hand it over to you. Oh, please.
Oh, wow.
You make it sound as if I'm turning over stolen goods. Behold, my discrepancy amplifier. Hold it in your hands. Feel the way
Discrepancy.
it hums with ontological potential.
This looks like a scope modified with a computing device.
I work with the materials to which I have access. Halcyon has no shortage of rifles. The discrepancy amplifier uses a deterministic model of our universe to detect the discrepancy between what should be and what actually is. Then it renders any discrepancies visible by using the power of magnification.
Sounds like something the OSI teaches.
Oh, goodness, no. I don't care for OSI doctrine. I just enjoy their math.
I'm contractually prohibited from endorsing off-brand technology, but I'll bend that rule just this once. You'll want to peer into the amplifier and examine the crime scene.
Half genius, half mad scientific mind of Dr. Goodnight, you've been granted the Discrepancy Amplifier, a handy investigation device for uncovering clues throughout Eridanos. Be sure to equip the Discrepancy Amplifier in a weapon slot before you continue your hunt. Very well. That be what I'm after, and we can shove that there. I'm going to need to repair my stuff. To catch Helena's killer, you'll need to use the Discrepancy Amplifier's scope to reveal clues not visible to the naked eye. Once you've located some evidence, aim directly at it while zooming in with the scope and press the Interact button to analyze it. Ooh.
amplifier is now operational. Greetings, designated inspector and/or unauthorized larcenist. This unit has detected a discrepancy related to Halcyon Helen. Unscheduled expiration of. Begin amplification.
I see you being designed with a modular analytical system. What else can you do?
The discrepancy amplifier has been programmed with advanced speech recognition, scientific analysis, and deterministic calculus protocols.
Oh, you'll love this. Amplifier, tell the inspector about your features.
Please do not interrupt the discrepancy amplifier. The discrepancy amplifier is programmed to take instruction from its registered or designated inspector.
How curious. I must have set its impertinence levels to flagrant.
This unit's features include an automated personality simulator. This unit has been programmed to simulate joy and satisfaction in assisting you.
Let's get started. Tell me about the discrepancy you found.
Footprint stands out from the normally spotless floor of the grand ballroom. Typically, the ballroom is cleaned twice daily, which means this must have been made by either Helen or her assailant or assailants.
Taste the dirt.
Ah, I see you went to the Canid School of Detective Methods.
Discrepancy amplifier. Do the size of these footprints match anything you have on record?
Footprint is a tailor-made 8.75, suggesting that its owner was very particular about their shoe size. It is also the exact size that Halcyon Helen typically prefers. There are traces of dirt throughout the footprint.
I don't have enough perception. Amplifier, can you analyze the dirt?
Carries traces of fertilizer, as well as the faint signs of crushed purpleberries and grass.
Nice.
Grass, fertilizer, and purpleberries can all be found in the purpleberry orchards, located not far from the Grand Colonio. This deduction appears sound.
Good work, Inspector. I had a feeling we'd make some progress once we brought you onto the case. You'll need Administrator Ludovico to grant you access to the orchards. Contact him through the secure access terminal in your penthouse suite. Check in with the concierge. Your room should be ready by now. If it isn't, I may have to go shake someone by the collar.
Ooh, okay. Now, don't shoot the body. Was not what I was expecting, but sure. Now,
Something I should know?
let's see. I'd like to ask a few questions,
Are
Constable.
you asking me these questions in an official capacity?
Yeah, got my inspector hat on. Strictly official. I'm here to solve a murder. Nah, let's
I
be playful.
understand you're being metaphorical, but I'm contractually obligated to remind you that Rizzo's cannot provide you with any official brand-associated headgear. Please, ask your questions.
Who found the body?
Norval, head bellhop. He was understandably distraught. I believe his feelings were genuine. He's a remarkably poor actor. Hotel security corroborates his whereabouts during the murder. I haven't included him in my list of suspects, but neither am I convinced of his innocence.
There is something a little suspicious about young Norville. Any witnesses to the murder?
If there were any witnesses, none came forward. Ballroom cameras were also offline at the time of the murder. Helen was very particular about having cameras on her. Security footage would have constituted documentary filmmaking. Can't afford that.
What about the murder weapon?
There's no sign of the murder weapon. Whatever it was that killed Helen, the killer took it with them. Frankly, I'm having trouble imagining exactly what it was that killed her.
Any signs of a struggle? Was Helen armed?
Helen was known to carry her signature weapon, a bespoke handgun known as the Needler. There was
The
no
Needler?
sign of
What
any
is this,
such weapon
Halo?
on her body.
Do you have any suspects?
Spencer Woolrich and Bertie Holcomb are officially persons of interest in this investigation. I've mostly ruled out Mr. Woolrich, leaving Bertie Holcomb as my lead suspect. Let me rephrase that. He's your lead suspect. I've been instructed to turn this case over to your capable hands, while I continue to serve as a consultant.
That sounds a little relieved.
Work is simple. People are complicated. The people involved in this murder are especially complicated. Mr. Woolrich was Halcyon Helen's professional rival. It's possible jealousy drove him to take Helen out of the picture. I apologize for the wordplay. Conversely, Mr. Bertie Holcomb was Helen's paramour. The relationship was reportedly dissolved. I can't rule out her murder as a crime of passion.
You don't seem too sure about Spencer Woolrich.
Woolrich thinks of himself as a serious and distinguished actor. He was frequently cast in demeaning roles, while Helen played the charismatic heroine. He has reason to be envious. I considered the possibility that Woolrich killed Helen in order to eliminate a rival and advance his own career. But my reasoning collapsed under closer scrutiny. Woolrich owes his career to Helen's dramas. Her death likely harms his long-term prospects. I'm struggling to determine a motivation for him, so I've largely ruled him out.
What makes you suspect Birdie?
Mr. Holcomb was in a romantic relationship with Helen. This alone is not enough to make him a lead suspect, but he does play tossball. Black Hole Birdie currently holds the record for most non-consecutive blows to the head. His tendency toward irrational and violent behavior is well documented.
I'd like to talk about something else.
Please, ask your questions.
That's all for now.
Anything else?
Well, I might as
I'm
well.
afraid I must decline.
Oh!
It isn't personal, Inspector. I'm just on duty right now. Talk to me later, after you've met with Administrator Ludovico. I'll make time to chat.
Alright then.
The purple
And
berry
Doctor?
orchid. And a footprint. Inspector, that was absolutely marvelous. Beautifully deduced. With the help of my discrepancy amplifier, of course.
I'd like a word with you.
Ah, I was waiting for this.
Don't
Yes,
trust
of
the
course.
doctor.
I'm only too eager to cooperate.
What? This character? Tell me about the body. What's the cause of death?
My apologies, Inspector. I've not yet finished my autopsy. Come back later?
Damn it! I bet the matter is private. I'd like to know a little more about you.
Oh, why, I'm flattered, Inspector. Let me think. I've worked at the Grand Colonial for about as long as it's been around. Prior to that, I lived in Byzantium, but I always felt like it was missing something. And that something turned out to be corpses. Byzantium has much in the way of luxury, but examining the dead does not rank amongst the preferred activities of the elite.
Sounds like you enjoy being a coroner.
Absolutely. Usually I'm just a medical practitioner, so I almost never get
Dead
to deal
people
with
are
anything as
awesome!
or as quiet as a corpse. The most interesting thing I saw prior to this was the back of Mr. Woolrich's throat after he blew out his vocal cords shouting at an attendant. If I weren't here, I'd be back in my quarters, rewatching Byzantium in the spring or working on my automatic sprat peeler.
Speaking of inventions, I'm curious about the discrepancy amplifier.
Oh, good. One of my favorite subjects. Ask away, my dear. Ask away.
What made you invent the amplifier?
I didn't expect an existentialist question so early today. It's a need. Just as sprats feel they must breed, or canids feel they must brutally maul each other, I feel the need to create.
Don't have enough. Come on, there has to be more to it than that.
Inspector, I'm sure you don't want to spend 4 hours talking back and forth
Let's
about the
do
intricacies
it.
of a science project.
The stream's at least 3. Let's
That's
go.
the important part.
The amplifier seems pretty powerful. Why are you trusting me with it?
Because you're the inspector. I should think that's rather obvious.
I appreciate that. Your cooperation makes my job a lot easier.
I'm only too eager to give you my cooperation, Inspector. It's been my dream to see my beloved amplifier put to good use in the field. I invented the discrepancy amplifier to assist me in my own medical work. When you were hired to investigate Helen's death, I realized I had my own part to play. I programmed the amplifier to assist you. I'm entrusting it to your care because I want to see my invention help a brilliant inspector solve the murder of the century.
Aha! Aha! That's her motivation. She killed so she could test her own invention and have someone else use it. So she planned out everything and made it look like someone else had done the killing. And you want to be known as the inventor who helped solve Helen's murder.
You don't miss a thing, do you, Inspector? I can see why the constable recommended hiring you. Think of the amplifier as my gift to you. May it avail you in the swift and efficient prosecution of justice.
What happens if I break it or lose something?
I still have the blueprint and several extra prototypes floating around, but I might recommend you try to be careful with it. Some of the amplifier's internal components are rare, shall we say, and I don't have an indefinite supply. You sure you don't want to know anything else? Oh, all right. We can change the subject.
About the discrepancy amplifier.
One of my favorite subjects. Ask away, my dear. Ask away.
Oh, no,
Sure
that's
you
it.
don't want to know anything
Ah.
else?
We'll talk later. All right. So I love how there's only like 3 sets of footprints and then they all just disappear. Rizzo Spectrum. If it's brown, drink it down. I'm Halcyon Helen, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome so many important, rich guests to the unveiling of, read the following with due significance, Rizzo Spectrum Brown. Thought? Yeah, Thought Spectrum Black was the pinnacle of quality. Think again. Now your tastes can reach new heights with the wonderful Spectrum Brown, containing notes of look, list, whatever you want here, just make it sound good. Rizzo's has put the utmost in quality into their new beverage. Brown also contains a special secret ingredient that can't be found in any other type of drink. Each refreshing sip will leave you feeling more ecstatic than before. It just might have something to do with that, what do you say here? That's a warm worm in the bottle? Flavor enhancing trifle at the bottle's bottom. Thank you all for coming to this unveiling. Thank you to Rizzo's for allowing me to speak here. And remember, if it's brown, drink it down. Lots of bottles.
We're stalking.
Oh my god, that's cute. Is there anything else here? Don't look like it. Iridanos. Ooh, what's that?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This is a bottle of unreleased Rizzo's product. Helen appears to have attempted to use it to spell something as she expired, but all she managed was a sticky bee.
Was she trying to spell the name of her killer?
This hypothesis is plausible, but requires additional information.
A B could stand for anything like Spectrum Brown. Isn't Black Hole Birdie staying here? Make a note of this for later.
Now calculating likelihood of Halcyon Helen using her final moments to endorse Rizzo's Spectrum Brown. Low to moderate likelihood. Correct. Bertie Blackhole Holcomb is a registered guest at the Grand Colonial Hotel.
Anybody else I should know about?
Accessing guest database B. The Grand Colonial Hotel is proud to serve the following VIPs. Bertie, Black Hole. Burbage 3001.
Make a note of this for
This
later.
evidence has been recorded for later reference. Now generating pre-approved compliment. Splendid work, Inspector.
Thanks. What's Dr. Goodnight's first name?
Yes, Inspector.
Ooh. Concierge, welcome to the Grand Colonial Concierge Terminal. Please do not share any insufficient guest complaints. Good luck. From annoyed subject, this infernal racket. Concierge from annoyed. Do you like torturing me? Is that what this is? When I first learned I'd be just beneath the floor occupied by Rizzo's Rangers, I was excited, as any tossball-loving halcyon knight should be. What I did not anticipate is the degree to which these hull heads seem to enjoy prancing to and fro, pounding on their floor and my ceiling every hour of the architect-cursed day. Did they install a tossball fifth court upstairs while I wasn't looking? Or is this normal? And worst of all, it sounds like one of them has decided to start imitating a woolly cow. I'll give them that. It's a convincing facsimile, but it has no place in a hotel, and each bleat is so loud it shakes the glasses on my face. I demand a room change yesterday for each additional hour after midnight today that I am not rehomed. I expect at least one employee to be fired. From Concierge Byzantine, subject, Mechanical Menace. To whomever member of the help it may concern. I've heard a horrible clanking passing my room every night for the past 6 nights. Yesterday I mustered up all my courage and sent a servant to look and upon her return she said seeing what looks like an armed mechanical wonder by my room for the past 6 nights. She said it was something called a Burbage 3001 and that it was a serial star. If this machine is a serial star, I must ask, why are you filming outside our rooms without paying us? We're not consenting to having our temporary property filmed. There is no doubt a contract for this. And if the machine is being allowed to wander without being filmed, then I want to be paid double. Do you have any idea how dangerous that thing could be? It could tread on my foot and ruin my aspirations to be a professional dancer if I ever decide to have those aspirations. I urgently await a response. VIP guests. Okay. Helen Halcyon. Ruth Bellamy, aka Halcyon Helen. Spencer Woolrich, Black Hole Birdie, Holcomb. Helen Halcyon. Despite her celebrity status, the greater part of Halcyon Helen's request has been fairly normal. Soap, shampoo, new towels, and so on. The one exception is her unusual consumption of food and drink. I'm not one to judge about that sort of thing. Law knows I've seen stranger proclivities from other guests, but she really does request a lot and frequently. Listen to this. For lunch today, she ordered 6 Borsts and Bean sandwiches, 2 Purpleberry shakes, 2 Purpleberry liquors, several retro rockets, and cigarettes enough to crush a teacup canid. I'd wonder if she's planning a party, but the cleaning staff says that every time they've gone up, there'd be no sign of what she'd ordered. If Helen really does keep managing to get through all of that, of what she's been ordering, then maybe she should consider quitting show business and entering the competitive consumption scene instead. Woolrich Spencer. In the past 2 weeks, I've received 315 different service requests from Mr. Woolrich. These requests include, but are not limited to, his entire wardrobe from Terra on Monarch, 413 different outfits, including a primal suit, 5 gallons of each color of spectrum except black, once 50 gallons of black, teacup cannons of various breeds, a plasma launcher, and consisting of over 60% of all total requests, an upgraded room. Administrator Ludovico authorized him to move into the second largest room just to shut him the hell up. But Halcyon Helen got the biggest one, and of course Woolrich can't accept that he's been eclipsed. Got another room upgrade request as I'm typing this. I've more than half a mind to send an exterminator to fumigate his room, just so he can't request anything else for a while. But then he might come down here and try to talk to me. And I think I'd quite honestly rather be dead. Holcomb's request has been about what you'd expect from a professional skull cracker tossball. Tossball sticks. New clothes because he keeps, and I quote, accidentally tearing that shirt, the shirts that are too small for my giant muscles. Funny how the rips I've seen look more like they've been made by hand. I've noticed that he's asked for very little in the way of effort, accelerators, or enhancers. No Skin Tough or Oxycomp, not even any Dervish Mist. Typically, Tossball players go through that filth like no one else. Maybe Holcomb's trying to prove something to Helen. Whatever it is, I don't think it's going to work. Jewelry.
I'm sorry, sir, but while the hotel is an active crime scene, I regret to inform you that all new bookings, room upgrades, room downgrades, and in-room massages are Oh, you're the special inspector.
Yes!
You warned me you'd be checking in soon.
Right, you happen to have my room key.
Ah, yes. We are most pleased to offer you our grandest of grand accommodations, Inspector. The penthouse suite on our topmost floor is now available for you. The last guest left her belongings behind when she vacated unexpectedly.
This
so we
is going to
needed
take a
little
while
time
to warm
tidy
up
the suite
to.
up for you. Simply call the elevator in the lobby and our highly skilled operator will deliver you to your private floor with efficiency and cheer.
I need access to the VIP guest room.
I'd love to, Inspector, but I don't really have the authority. Moreover, the guests were promised exclusivity. If I let you up there, I'll never hear the end of it.
The only guests who'd have a problem with me being up there would be the murderer.
That's a good point. If they give me guff, I can just tell them that they're obstructing justice. That has a nice ring to it.
Hey.
Let me just set you up with VIP guest floor access. Done. You can now come and go as you please.
Excellent. Grand Colonial sure is interesting. What can you tell me about? Ooh, let's talk about the guests.
Inspector, but that would be a severe violation of guest privacy.
Oh.
We here at the Grand Colonial firmly believe that...
Needs more persuasion.
Right. My supervisor just walked out of earshot. Some folks just don't understand the importance of gossip.
Hey, I like this girl.
What would you wish to know?
Ooh. Has anyone played... What is that game? Ooh, Rockstar. Not Bully, not Grand Theft Auto, not Red Dead Redemption. I'm trying to go through their list. It was made by No. Was it Bandai? I don't even remember the name of the studio. It was an Australian studio too before they shut down after making the game. Oh, L.A. Noire. Has anyone played L.A. Noire? Did you notice anything about Halcyon Helen before she died?
You know, out of everyone here, I probably knew the least about Helen. I'm not much of an Aetherwave watcher myself. And Helen always had a crowd of admirers chasing her, you see. So she rarely stopped to chat. Friendly enough, surely, but always seemed untouchable. Emphasis on seemed.
Did you ever see Helen acting strangely?
Now that you mention it, she was usually calm and collected, but every so often I'd see her looking all wild-eyed and intense. It seemed as if she was determined about something. Or maybe she was just hungry. That woman ordered a lot of food. Maybe show business gives you a faster metabolism.
Heard Black Hole Birdie was staying here.
Ah, Birdie. Is he bigger than he is dumb, or dumber than he is big?
Ooh.
I have a bet with a friend.
That's
Not
mean.
Sure we'll ever get it to pay out. Birdie used to be Helen's beau, though he isn't anymore, and not just because she's dead. If I had 1,000,000 bits, I'd spend every one just to learn what caused their split.
We've got some kind of productivity guru here, right? What's her deal?
Her deal? Not making them. I'd laugh at my own comment, but everyone knows there's no bigger joke than the prophet of profitability herself. Didn't you hear Helen's interview? That woman is the definition of humbuggery. Anyone who gives her the time of day is a right fool. I mean, Spencer Woolrich has taken several of her productivity seminars, and look where it got him. Don't waste your time.
Oof. Helen's co-star Woolrich. He have any reason to want her
If
dead?
looks could kill, he'd have put her in the ground 10 times over. Man's clearly jealous of her success compared to his. See, I'd bet we're the only two people thinking about him in all of Eridanos. And I only am because you mentioned his name. If you leave woolly cow milk out, it turns to curds. Leave the curds out, they begin to get stale, then rot. Woolridge is on his way to the trash bin, and everyone knows
Oh,
it.
that's...
Either he's in denial, or he
that's
knew
a
Helen
low
would be checking
punch.
out soon, judging by his increasing demands for a room upgrade.
That's enough gossip for now.
That's a shame, Inspector. What if I wanted to know a little about you?
I'm a freelance captain, changing the colony one high-stakes encounter at a time.
A dashing gunslinger type, then.
Hey.
I'm sure the investigation will turn out splendidly in your hands. Or at least Mr. Kincannon seems confident enough to believe so.
I think she wants some action from me. The Grand Colonial sure is interesting.
It certainly is a marvel of modern ingenuity, luxury, and ambition. Please, allow me to answer any curiosities you might have about our building and the amenities on offer.
What does the penthouse have to offer?
Twice the size of the next biggest room, and kitted out with any amenity you want, as well as many that you won't. Best to enjoy it while you can, Inspector. Typically, the only people who can afford the penthouse suite have enough bits to suffocate everyone on Terra 2. Also, please inform me if Woolridge gives you a hard time about getting a better room than his. Don't tell him I said this, but everyone on staff wants to strangle him.
Is there anything special about the upper floor levels?
Most certainly. All the important folks can be found in the utmost parts of the hotel. You can hardly walk 3 feet without bumping into a tossball grate or a bored exec. Though maybe don't bump into them. Could be harmful to your health.
No one seems to talk much about the lower levels of the hotel.
Who would be interested in a staff-only area? Most folks never ask about the sewers beneath Arizzo's plant, either.
You can't honestly tell me there's nothing of interest in the entire half of the hotel.
Of interest to your investigation? Well, I suppose there is that one door we're not supposed to open. But I'm sorry, Inspector, I'm not authorized to grant you access to any staff sections of the hotel. You'll have to find a way in on your own.
Ooh.
If you're sure.
Later days. And who do we have? That's a hotel guest. Okay, so do we have... Oh my god, there's like multiple. Search Birdie's room. Speak with Administrator Ludovico via Penthouse Terminal. And then we've got track down the Prophet of Profitability. Residue you found on the bottom. Okay. Well, I guess we'll start with that. I think that was the wrong way. Yes, it was.
Hello there, my inordinately esteemed guest. If my hello were any more earnest, this loudspeaker would explode.
Oh my god!
What authorized floor can I bring you to?
Bring me to the penthouse.
Next stop, the finest seat in the house.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about LA Noire. Just as far as that being another mystery game that's a fun one to explore. I haven't played in such a long time. And it's funny, I never actually finished it. I remember I was playing it with a mate of mine at the time. And we were going through it together. And I think I was just, because I was coming back from work, was like fell asleep. So she ended up kind of finishing the rest of it. And I only got to see like the beginning bits, some bits in the middle, and the end. But it is one of those games I should go back and actually experience properly. Wasn't the best at like figuring out the intricate details. It's actually a pretty difficult game. Great facial expressions for the time though. By the way, Pavati, what are you doing here?
Everything's so soft and silky and expensive. Oh gosh, I hope I don't get any grease stains on the furniture.
These characters are just chilling. What was your thoughts on the like watching the playthrough?
Inspector, I understand you've visited the scene of the crime. Halcyon Helen was an important cultural icon. She will be sorely missed.
I still don't know why you hired me. I'm usually causing murders, not solving them.
I will be plain with you. I'd prefer not having to hire you at all. This matter should be resolved by Rizzo's security. But Cedric owns the land complexes, so we have a jurisdiction problem.
Ooh.
Constable Keene encouraged us to hire a third-party freelancer. Right now, you're the best chance we have at resolving this incident and getting on with our affairs.
I've been solving problems for two idiots who don't get along ever since Emerald Vale.
I see. Well, I appreciate your candor. Yes, let's go with that. Back to the matter at hand. Tell me about your investigation.
I've got a lead. I can't tell you why, but I need access to the orchids.
Your discretion is appreciated. I admit, I'm beginning to feel more confident in this arrangement. Here, I'm granting you access through the gates to the orchards. You're officially authorized to see this investigation through to the end.
Wonderful.
There is one caveat. Cedric's being rather intransigent about letting you into the spaceport. Possibly he's trying to hide something. Possibly he wants to annoy me. Possibly both.
You can't keep your people under control, Ludovico?
Cedric isn't my people. If he were, I would have had him fired years ago. Preferably into the sun.
That might be fun.
You have a lead to chase. Law speed, Inspector.
Awesome. So... Right, so this is just more like my personal space. That's pretty cute. Aha! This actually gives me an opportunity to repair all my stuff. Thank you very much. And let's get cracking.
Hi there, Inspector. It might be a little beyond my job description to ask, but at my heart, I'm still a bellhop. Was the suite to your liking?
Oh, yes. It was fine. Don't feel too strongly. I'm just here to investigate, ma'am. I don't really care about the hotel room. I didn't even know they made hotel rooms that large.
That's completely fine, Inspector. Hopefully you'll warm up to it. Now, I'd love to bring you to a floor of your choosing.
Oh, lovely. Where shall I begin? I would say the lobby?
To the lobby we go.
Yes. Actually, I wonder if...
Welcome to the...
Oh, nothing here. I wonder if there was anything that I could have actually found with this in my room. Nope. Ooh. Employees only. Hello. Notice the Grand Colonial Hotel Service elevator is out of order and will be for the foreseeable future. Please use the stairs to transport all equipment and to and from the employee quarters until further notice. Additional liniments will be dispensed for those whose back pain becomes too severe to continue providing the impeccable service our hotel is known for. Ooh, hello.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Bananas? Oh. Hello? What am I looking for? What the hell? Oh, hello.
Analysis of this stovetop reveals
Jesus.
an alarming degree of grease buildup, approximating proximity to volatile gases and chemicals. Chances of an explosive combustion upon next use currently at 92.9%.
Turn the stove on. It seems like a workplace hazard.
Most corporations have regular cleaning procedures to prevent damage to company property. Slug, already unlike most corporations in a variety of ways, does not. That or the employees tasked with inspecting are shirking their duties. For shame.
Stop!
Performing scan. Gaslight appears to have gone out some time ago. Chance of explosive combustion without gaslight, 0.01%.
That would be fun.
Slug work logs. No work log found. Creating conjecture. Slug has likely not fixed this issue due to a lack of responsibility on the part of their employees.
Conclude examination.
Terribly sorry, but I can't chat just now. Someone on the second
Ah,
VIP
love the
level
black
just
little
ordered
strips.
15 caned meat pies, and if I don't get to it now, it'll be my head.
I'm an inspector. I've got some questions to ask about Halcyon Helen's murder.
I understand your devotion to your job. Really, I do. And I hope you'll understand mine. Things might change if you had something very particular to talk to me about, but I'm afraid I'm just too busy to talk right now. I'd be delighted to chat with you later.
But I want to chat
I'm so
now.
I'm sorry, I still can't talk idly right now. Come back if you have something very important.
Butthead. Fine. Be like that. It's okay. I don't care. Oh wow, that's a fair way. Okay. Actually, perhaps that's on the other side. All right, let's have a look at Birdie's room. Since it's close by. Aha, perfect.
What floor would you...
VIP guest room.
If you see Black Hole Birdie, be sure to get an autograph for me. Just joking. I've already got one.
Now, Ranger. Ooh. Whoa. Burbage 3001. Is that oil? I mean, I would say pick up coolant. Shiny servo.
Initiating enter protocol. Now simulating familiar and welcoming demeanor. Burbage 3001 is trained to recognize all board-approved actors. Greetings, fellow star. Your performance in Maverick Johnston's latest drama was memorable.
I see you've had some work done. Who upgraded you?
Burbage 3001's programming is frequently upgraded to adhere to board-certified standards. The most recent upgrade was performed by Spencer Woolrich. Banter protocol exhausted. Reverting to default behavior. Grieving and despair. Oh, Halcyon Helen, may your atoms be commended to the Aether.
You know Halcyon Helen?
Burbage 3001 was designed to disrupt Halcyon Helen's monopoly over the Burbage 3001. Anything Halcyon Helen can do, this unit can do slightly worse.
Okay. Does that include dying? It almost sounds like you've got a motive.
This unit has not yet completed its grief cycles, randomizing.
No justice. Okay. You're an interesting unit. Who's been looking after you? Oh, that's cute. Haha. That's cool. All the different little hats. All right. What do we have here? Spencer Woolrich. You are talented. You are magnificent. You are joy for others to be around. You are definitely not a 2-bit hack. You bring life to the world around you through the art of theater.
Discrepancy detected. This bottle, recently discarded, contains residue from foreign substances. Chemical analysis complete. This unit has detected the following substances: oil, terrorray, blood, terrorray, unidentifiable biological fluids, terrorray. Yes, Inspector. Logical analysis indicates these substances were not present in the bottle's original contents.
What else was in the bottle?
This bottle contained Rizzo Spectrum vodka. The presence of terrorray biological fluids may have significantly improved its flavor. These substances cause extreme gastrointestinal distress in humans. Large doses can be fatal.
Spencer Woolrich. Okay. Welcome, Spencer Woolrich. Reminder, you have a fingernail and goldening appointment at 5:30 tonight. To management. Seems to have been some kind of mistake. When I first arrived at the Grand Colonial for the unveiling, I was led to a small sitting room, the kind that an individual might be allowed to relax in them with moderate comfort before being led to an actual quarters. It's been a week and a half, yet no one has arrived to deliver me to my actual room yet. If I didn't know any better, I might assume that this was meant to be my actual room. If I didn't know better, I might assume that you tried to play Spencer Woolrich, star of hundreds of serials, the hero of Either Wave, sits colony-wide in a room where he can hardly walk from one end to the other without bumping his toe on the foot of his bed or his shoulder upon his desk. I might even assume that Ruth Bellamy was placed in the Grand Colonial penthouse suite on purpose, rather than by mistake. But I'm sure the issue will be rectified soon, and our position will be swapped. I hope you won't try to tell me anything to the contrary. Mr. Woolrich, While the Grand Colonial staff understand your consternation at being placed on the VIP guest level of the Grand Colonial, we're afraid that there was no mistake. Ruth Bellamy, as current spokeswoman for the Spectrum Brown unveiling, is currently slated to have the penthouse suite. An actress of her station deserves only the best. The VIP guest floor comes in very close as the second best section of the hotel. Penthouse Suites is only about twice as large as your current lodgings, and the amenities it provides are only perhaps 3 or 4 times better than those you have access to now. Your current lodgings are proper for an actor of your caliber. If you have any other requests, we'll be sure to respond to them after we get to Miss Bellamy's, the Grand Colonial Management. All guest subjects, guest safety. We're sure you've no doubt heard of the horrible event that occurred in the Grand Colonial Ballroom earlier today. While we know that many of you are concerned for your safety, take heed. We've heard your concerns and know that nothing quite says safety like dozens of guns. Armed security will be present all throughout the Grand Colonial on every floor except employee floors 24/7. Freely go about the hotel premises and spend to your heart's content without worrying about someone shooting you in the back of the head. Management. Now, is there... Oh, there's no time frame, so I don't really know what time that message was sent. Very well.
About time you arrived. I see you haven't dressed the way I asked you to, but I suppose that was expecting too much of a non-industry lout. Expect a complaint to management. Now, unless you'd like to waste more of my time, I suggest we begin rehearsing. Ready? You've fallen right into my trap, Captain. Oh, don't bother to fight back. You cannot hope to stop me from installing philosophism as the system's reigning ideology.
You'll never take over, Halcyon, you fiend!
How does the scenery taste? Good, I trust. Wait a moment. You're not wearing a bellhop's ID, which must mean you're not Owen's understudy. That man can't even be relied upon to find his own replacement. Oh, no, this is curious indeed. Who are you, and how did you get in here?
I'm here to investigate the murder of Halcyon Helen. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
You're here to investigate me? Oh, I assure you, I'm nothing special. Just an old crook with more money than time.
Well, that's probably true.
That was a quote from The Retiree's Revenge, in which I played an ex-thief turned decrepit old man. But, of course, I'm certain you already recognized it. Now, what shall I sign first? Your weapon? Your wallet? Or perhaps something a little more personal? Undergarment signatures have been popular of late, or so I've heard.
You're an interesting young man. How about you sign this? I'm not here for an autograph. I'm here to ask you some questions.
Do you mean to say you're not a fan? Well, then how did you get in here? The only staffer cleared for guest room entry is the inspector for Bellamy's murder.
Hey!
Oh.
You woke up.
Hello.
Do you derive from some kind of pleasure from wasting people's time?
Terribly sorry, Inspector. I didn't realize it was you. Understand that I am beyond willing to comply with your search for the fiend that did Bellamy in. You know, now that I look at you, you're the perfect reflection of me. Back when I starred in The Marauder's Bane, the absolute picture of justice. Ask me anything at all. I might even give you a straight answer.
I've learned a thing or two about your activities in the hotel.
Oh, have you now? Please do go on. Don't leave me in suspense.
I spoke to Burbage. He told me you upgraded him. He upgraded.
I did indeed. With Halcyon Helen parading her fame about, I was left without an acting partner. Burbage is no exception. His acting protocols were nothing short of a joke, so I decided to make some modifications, installing him with some of my old serial quotes as, I think, improved his range. The way he bungled about with that weapon of his hardly befitted a dissident, so I modified it as well. He's much quicker on the draw now, though he's still a machine.
Got my eye on you.
I'm quite used to being breathlessly watched. Certainly.
Let's ask about the murder.
One quick question before.
See if he's hiding something or if he's just a fool.
How was it that Bellamy met her end?
Painful, I'd say.
How awful. Whoever did this must have been quite heartless.
What were you up to at the time of the murder?
I was meditating, of course. That's how I get into character.
Got anybody who can corroborate that?
Respectfully, Inspector, it is rather counterproductive to commune with others while meditating.
True. You were meditating, really.
All actors have their methods, and this has been mine ever since I met that wonderful prophet of profitability. She taught me it for my role in The Unemployed Cometh. I had to lie face down on artificially heated pavement. The director wanted our suffering to be convincing. Needless to say, being able to leave my body helped to mitigate the pain, both during the 8-hour shoot and with the second-degree burns afterwards. I owe that woman much.
How long have you worked with the Prophet?
Yeah, actually, only since I've been at the Colonial. The Unemployed Cometh was shot on site. That makes it, a few weeks. I cannot recommend her services enough. If you haven't been to see her yet, you really should.
Back to my other
I'll
questions.
answer whatever you wish. Bellamy has been my
ask
coach
about
throughout
Helen.
the autumn of my career. I should like to think I knew her. In fact, I cannot name a single role in the last 10 years that did not involve her in some way, unless you count the uncredited silent shopkeep on Melissa's Meteoroids.
Too flattering, always starring alongside a young actress. Friend of hers?
I'll ask you this. If you'd been the star of cinema for years, then suddenly found yourself scrounging for bit parts while a younger person stole the limelight, how would you feel?
Ecstatic.
In short, the two of us weren't close. But that's not to say my dislike of her was so extreme that I tried to do anything drastic. Resenting Bellamy is one thing, but killing her is another completely. It's also beneath me.
Alright, speaking theoretically, how would you have killed the victim?
Oh, come now, Inspector. What do you take me for? I'm an old man. I neither have the time nor the willpower to kill people for fun. Besides, I have my reputation to think of.
Enough about that. Back to my other questions.
I suppose that is enough on that grim subject. I'm sure you're
General
joking.
information.
Perhaps I'm not in my prime, but you've no doubt seen the name Spencer Woolrich on many a serial advertisement throughout your travels.
I think I've seen your name around. Oh, sure, you were that guy in that one serial.
Come now, I'm sure I would have made more of an impression than that. Could I have really fallen so far behind the times?
No.
Did you ever see me in The Masked Marketeer? The Busker of Byzantium? What about episodes 13 and 190 of Princess of Hephaestus? And who could forget From Halcyon with Love? I was great in that movie. Even if I was starring beside a 2-ton bucket of bolts and a woman with no talent.
Busker of Byzantium. Helen wrote a B to implicate her killer before she died.
I think that's a bit of a stretch, don't you? If you're going to come after me, I expect evidence. Unless you want to be smacked with litigation. Smacked!
What if it's not a B? Now, before we continue, I just wanted to check something. Hold on. Because that will just silence the game audio. So, I've seen this initial gameplay, but there's now a new trailer for this. And I am legitimately curious why this is even coming out. Let's change that to that, so that theoretically...
In his research, Dr. Morrison identified a paradox. A moment where machine learning would evolve past our capabilities of control. He called the first sign of this Alpha.
I'll be honest, when I saw the gameplay for this, I was really not impressed with it. But apparently it's coming out this year.
Welcome to Red Rock.
I'm sorry, what? Build a Rocket Boy game. Jesus.
Welcome to Red Rock. Man, is it always this hot? You'll get used to it. Sort of. Not really.
Wow. Yeah, not bad, huh? It's the latest model.
Interesting.
This is apparently made by an ex-Rockstar dev.
Companies like Silver Corporation, instead of being thankful, have turned their backs on the very stars and stripes that made them a success.
And I can't deny, like, there is something about the facial animation that's not too bad. It's not amazing, but it's certainly a step above some other games that I've seen, even in modern era, so...
Made them a success.
You still haven't given us clearance for launch.
Give me access to the back-end system of my city bot, and then we'll talk.
Today's a very special day. Well, it's not every day we get to test the existential potential of man with machine.
This city loves me, Marco. I can spin this like I always do.
I will not let them fucking stop me!
Wait, didn't it say the date? Did I just miss that? Pre-order now. I'm pretty sure there was information that said it was, but it's weird. Like, Mind's Eye. The gameplay footage that I saw of this, I was just not that impressed. Like, it just feels very rough. Skip.
In his research, Dr. Morrison identified a paradox. A moment where machine learning would evolve past our capabilities of control.
Here we go. Alright, gameplay.
What's going on in there? It was an ambush. Do what you can.
Like, it looks pretty, but the gameplay just feels very generic.
Do not lose her.
Yeah, that is such a good example. Like, but Watch Dogs, as its first showing, was far more engaging. Like when you were playing with, when he was playing, Aiden was playing with his phone and he's like screwing with the traffic, and the traffic actually like properly collided and moved. And this just feels less than that.
Tires are out. Proceeding on foot. I'm coming to you now. The search and rescue. They're malfunctioning. They're attacking us.
Yeah, I don't know.
My memory's still a bit blurry.
I'm sure the story will be interesting.
All this time you just wanted answers about the tech in your head? Are you kidding me? This thing has ruined my life. You have no idea who you're dealing with. And what you did, you should have left you in the desert. This is not the first time we got a fatal error with your tech. You guys make it stop! Make it stop!
It's very iRobot.
I know what I have to do. This is the only way.
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't know what to think about it. It's going to be a fascinating game to see, and whether they actually nail it. This one I'm really curious about. I haven't actually watched this gameplay footage. The only gameplay footage I actually watched, which I'm curious about, was that I'll wait for the full release. Where are you? It is the Chinese game. Ba-da-bum-bum-ba-ba-bum-bum-bum. Not For Honor. Relics? No. Where was it? Not Adamfall. Not that. Oh, did they take it off? I thought they would have left it on here. No, it wasn't that far along. No, I don't see it here. It was one of the Chinese studios, or Korean. Was it Korean? Shadow Labyrinth. Actually, if I look up... Ah! What is going on? Filter. Ooh, gameplay. That might help. No. Okay. No, you're actually really not helping here. All right, cool. Maybe it was IGN. Come fly with me. Come fly, let's fly away. Yes, the Sims ripoff is out in early access. And it looks pretty dope. What were you? It was a I think it's coming out on PS5. Game of Thrones, no. Path of Exile, no. Wasn't any of that. That's it. Yeah, I think it was Wu Chang. Have you seen this, Impulsive?
Creepers. Flint and steel. Ender pearls. Iron golems. Electro wingsuits. Enderman. Chicken jockey.
Any questions?
Quite a few, actually.
A Minecraft movie.
Let's see if you've got what it takes to wield that power.
We can set the quality a little bit
In a
higher.
space as crowded as the Souls-like genre, it can be difficult to stand out. But after 2 hours with the uber-difficult Wuchang Fallen Feathers, it seems the folks at Lean-Z Games may be onto something. Taking place in a magical reimagining of dynastic China, you play a pirate warrior who has some serious moves, making use of intricate and deadly spells, an arsenal of weapons and potent movesets, and an upgrade tree.
It looks very flashy, but I'm so concerned that it is just not going to have the impact feeling, and it's going to have the same feeling that I remember having when I was playing at Jason's place, the Wukong game, because you just end up feeling like you're just like hitting paper.
That's much more involved than your typical action-adventure game. This makes for an adventure where, more often than not, I felt like the scary badass the rest of the world should be afraid of, rather than the other way around. Of course, the upper limit on just how much I could make myself feel like an overpowered Dynasty Warriors character was my own skill level and understanding of Wuchang's extremely complex systems, which I could only dive so deep with during my limited demo. But what I've seen so far has me quite optimistic.
Impressive skills. I didn't even hear you approach. Judging by your attire.
The main way Wuchang Fallen Feathers seems to differentiate itself from its peers is that here, instead of a few basic sword moves, a handful of meager spells and abilities, and a tiny health bar, you're given a pretty extensive toolkit of formidable tools to play with.
And there's a lot. It's quite flashy, usually is a bad indication. It reminds of Lords of Fallen. Yeah, I remember getting through, I think it was like 2 or 3 bosses before I just stopped, because the sensation of, like, I got frustrated about the fact that, oh, you haven't seen this game. Okay, yeah. So, obviously still in early development, so there's probably a lot that they can do with it to maybe fix it and polish it, which, you know. But yeah, it does just feel like it might be missing something. And my other concern is that if the bosses apparently are relative, like you feel powerful when you're dealing with all the other bosses, how easy is it going to be dealing with all the other minions?
Each weapon allows you to unleash unique flurries of attacks that send you soaring into the air, darting across the map, and performing insane feats of dexterity that are far beyond what's possible in most Souls-likes. It got to the point where I felt like the area boss stomping my enemies flat, rather than a scared, cautious adventurer facing incredible odds.
Like, look how easy that was to kill.
Might have something to do with how those abilities are acquired, by harvesting them from fallen enemies. That's right, every defeated foe is more than just a handful of upgrade materials. You actually get to learn their moves and put them to use against future opponents, eventually turning you into a deadly reflection of everyone you've bested in battle. And in my time with it, I already began to feel like a power-stealing badass in short order. And this was just the opening areas of the adventure too. I can only imagine how wild things get later on when you're squaring off against more powerful opponents and presumably unlocking even more insane abilities.
Looks like there's also more of a focus on dodging than there is countering or blocking.
Don't get me wrong, there were still plenty of instances where my eagerness or lack of awareness got me absolutely smashed to pieces, but I also felt like I had way more options for cutting the enemy down to size. For example, one move I was given while wielding a giant axe let me leap straight into the air to ludicrous anime-level heights, then smash down on my opponent, stomping them flat and leaving a minion-shaped impression in the earth. Another weapon, fast-moving dual blades, gave me the ability to fire.
Yeah, there is it's interesting because if you read into some of the lore and mythology type stuff that they're creating for this game, there is certainly something interesting here. I'm just going to be curious to see whether they can even pull off the feeling for combat, because on the surface it looks great, and yeah, I get what you're talking about with the whole anime girl type aesthetic. But I think overall, the kind of look and feel is really well... Like, it's got an art style. It's got an identity. But I'm not sure whether the gameplay is going to nail it. Are you playing that?
Fire off a bunch of small, sticky
I played the demo
explosives every time I dodged, which then exploded, doing a small amount of damage, but more importantly, interrupting enemy movement. These abilities and weapon combos, combined with spells that let me do things like fire off a deadly disc of fire, allowed me to play much.
I've heard the game gets really difficult later on, but what I played of the demo wasn't too bad. Like, it was pretty fun. It's a tough game. Like, even that first boss, if you make, like, the smallest of mistakes, you're dead. There's no ifs or buts about it. Like, you really need to play perfect.
Much more aggressively than I'm accustomed to, and it's clear there's just a whole lot more to learn with Wuchang in general. I didn't have nearly enough time to fully wrap my mind around the various skill trees, ability customization options that let me alter how my weapons functioned, and spellcasting system, but it's clear this borrows quite a bit from RPGs and will need to be thought through if you want to max out your levels of badassery. That will be pretty helpful to do, too. Because of the two bosses I took on in Wuchang, one of them was a creepy mage with a bag of magical tricks, while the other was an extremely aggressive and equally beefed up, blade-wielding warrior with fancy movesets. The former was more straightforward to pick off, as they clearly had no martial training to speak of, but there were still plenty of opportunities for me to fall prey to a clever spell with surprising effects, like one that made the ground explode beneath my feet, following me as I moved. As for the
I do wonder, like, even with the easy difficulty mode, I do wonder whether there will be some balance changes for the rest of the game now that it's out for your, like, base difficulty.
Bladed warrior, she took significantly more time to fell, as I learned her quick, convoluted attack patterns and mastered the timing for parrying her attacks, especially in the second half of the fight, when each swipe of her blade sent out massive gusts of wind that knocked me on my butt and did way more damage than I thought the wind was capable of. Eventually, though, I stood triumphant against her devilish tricks. Rather than a feeble goon, hopelessly outmatched by an enemy clearly above my power level, Wuchang's boss fights made me feel a lot more like a peer locked in a duel with strong weapons and destructive abilities to see who is more worthy of success. If there's one part I didn't get a completely strong read on, it's Wuchang's story, which centers on a disease spreading throughout the lands that drives people mad and makes them sprout feathers. I didn't see enough to say whether or
Gee, this sounds awfully familiar and is showing some very similar aesthetics to a so-called Sekiro.
Not this is likely to go the distance, but I will say that I've lost count of the number of Souls-likes in the past few years that have leaned on that incredibly tired trope. I get that having a disease that turns people into monsters offers a pretty easy reason to make everything in the world want to kill you, which is very helpful in this kind of game, but man am I ever tired of seeing it. I'd really like to see Wuchang break free from some of the story cliches in the same way it seems to be switching things up when it comes to combat style.
Most would have lost their minds by now. Yet you remain in control. Fascinating.
It's also worth noting just how visually impressive Wuchang is, which is by no means the norm for the genre. Even if I was dying half a dozen times to the same boss, or lost among a sea of disgusting mutated enemies, I was at least able to content myself with how downright gorgeous everything looked, ruined and deeply troubling as the world was. That said, I did notice somewhat long load times after each humiliating defeat that respawned me back at the checkpoint, and I have to wonder how much of that hang time is owed to the world and characters looking so dang good. In fairness, there's very little chance this thing's been optimized enough to be representative of the final product.
Yeah, I'm really curious what this game will end up feeling like and looking like when it's out. Do you ever wonder, I don't know if you ever play like Devil May Cry or Prince of Persia, but do you ever feel like we'll ever kind of get games that'll kind of go back to that more arcadey feel for combat? Because I feel like we're missing that. Like, obviously a slightly more advanced version of those games, but it's amazing that we haven't had any developers really try and, except for the more recent Devil May Cry, but we really haven't had many developers kind of play with that. Oh, well, I guess there is Dragon's Dogma. That's probably as arcadey as it gets. Now, Zeke Hannigan.
Down. Are you crazy?
Yes, super crazy. Can you tell? That's an interesting weapon.
Zeke Hannigan, Rizzo's Rangers 16th back. Pleased to meet you. What can I do for you?
Companies want more money, and those old school games were tough, which means less money. Sadly, I doubt we will ever get those kinds of games. I miss them, though. Not all of them. Like, okay, Devil May Cry 1, I will agree with. 2, I never played. 3 wasn't too bad. It wasn't as bad as like a Ninja Gaiden. Like, that was designed to be a fuck you kind of game. But like, I think about Prince of Persia was relatively manageable as a like action combat game, and I think 2's a better representation for those games because I think it had there was more breadth to the combat in 2 than there was in like 1 and 3. Devil May Cry 3 and 4, I think, really kind of nailed the combat and difficulty really well. I guess God of War is like your closest like midpoint as far as difficulty and ease of use while still having like a fun system of combat. Like, you don't really have much of that in a lot of the modern games. And you can say your modern God of War is as close as it gets, but even then it's like over the shoulder, it's tied, it feels more soulsy than like the more arcadey, let's just go in and button mash and just time your dodges or blocks. So yeah, it feels like we're missing a bit of that, like faster paced. Even the new God of War abandoned the playstyle of their... Yeah, exactly. Jason hates it. He's so frustrated with the new games for that, because he enjoyed like the chaotic nature, and this is where like he's in his head, the cognitive dissonance that he has with the new ones just doesn't fit, because it's like, how can Kratos go from like this powerful god that was using, you know, the chains of Olympus, is that what they were, to do all this devastating attacks and like be wild and chaotic with the axes, to then suddenly be like, okay, now I'm old, like toned down, and it's, you know, really destructive, but it's like it doesn't swing the same way. It doesn't have the
About
same
half my life.
massive
You
arc.
know I was named third most profitable investment on 2 non-consecutive seasons? Ain't a lot of players who can make that claim. Except for the guys who came in first and second, I guess. I spent the last season injured and almost got sold to the Hephaestus Hammers, but now I'm all convalesced, ready to lay into some Cleo darlings, you know? Really break some legs.
Halcyon Helen's bird.
Oh, you must be that inspector people have been talking about.
Why, yes I am.
It's a damn shame about Miss Helen. She was always real good to me and the rest of the Rangers. Birdie's taking it pretty hard. Miss Helen was the love of his life. So, what did you want to know?
But isn't that more the, like, ideal thinking? Like, I think Star Wars is probably on the verge of getting close to it, but is not quite there because it's choosing to play more to the Souls-like community. Which, okay, that's fine. That was the direction and the choice that they went with. But you think about the fact that how else do you get a casual person than not worry about any of your stamina or any of your other kind of systems, and you just kind of go, here's a fun action game with some fun cutscenes and some really cool set pieces that you can go through. That is why over-the-shoulder camera and the focus on presentation rather than difficulty in combat. Which I get. I feel like Star Wars kind of nailed this. They offered your difficulty tiers so that your casuals could play on the lower difficulties, and then you had your higher difficulties for people that were more Souls veterans that could just enjoy the experience and the kind of difficulty of the combat. But yeah, I don't think there is a... They're chasing a trend, and I get the trend chasing, but I feel like they can pull back on some of that Soulsy-like design and just focus on more of the action type stuff without worrying about the Souls elements.
Oh, Brady was mad about Helen. He was certifiable. The big galoot loved Helen about as much as he loved the game. Trouble is, Birdie was not blessed with an abundance of temper. Helen kept Birdie steady. If he lost his temper around her, it'd be because something broke between the two of them.
Do you think Birdie could have killed Helen?
What? Law, no. Birdie's got a fierce temper, but there's no way he'd ever have laid a finger on Miss Helen.
Can you think of anyone who would want to kill Helen?
Miss Helen was outspoken. She made her share of enemies on account of her expressing herself. Just between you and me, I heard rumors the Prophet never much cared for Helen's brand of blunt honesty.
Where were you at the time of the murder?
I'm ashamed to admit it, but me and a couple of the other Rangers spent the night in Constable Keen's cells down at the spaceport. We didn't do anything serious, just a bit of pranks and vandalism. It's what usually happens when we all get to drinking. Guess Constable Keen saw things a bit differently and had us hauled off.
Well, actually, I guess that's the beauty of The Witcher. Because The Witcher is probably as arcadey as you're probably going to get while still having a sense of challenge. Because it's not like the combat... and a sense of groundedness, I guess, to the combat as well. Because it's not like you have to worry about stamina. You're just worrying about positioning and timing without any of the Souls elements, so it plays more like a regular action RPG. But yeah, I think the closest we're going to get, although it just doesn't have the same style, would be like a Fable. Because that is as streamlined as it gets from a combat perspective. I actually tried playing Fable 2 the other day. I just downloaded like an emulated version. Man, that game is like clunky as I couldn't get through the beginning. I actually need to sit down and like dedicate like 5 hours to see how far I can actually get through it, because it's just so fucking slow. Like, oh my god. Was Birdie in jail with the rest of you?
No, we lost him somewhere along the way. Or maybe he managed to get away? I can't rightly remember. But he was definitely not sharing a cell with us. That much I know. What can I do for you? Since it's the off-season, we're helping support the launch of Rizzo Spectrum Brown. Meet the fans, sign tossball cards, that sort of thing. just between you and me, Rizzo's ought to cancel the whole event out of respect for Miss Helen.
Yeah, like, easy's not the issue, though. I must admit, like, Fable's difficulty was never a problem for me. I think it's because it's very much designed to be kidsy and whimsical, but it's tough playing something like that that is just so fundamentally simple that I just kind of go, I can't help but wonder, how did I play it at all? Yeah. Some games are just tough to go back to. Unless you can, like, really put yourself in the mindset to go, this is how this game plays, and I'm just going to put myself in the mindset that this was made, like, 20 years ago or 15 years ago, and just go from there. Because it's amazing how you compare what we had, even, like, 15 years ago to what we have now. It's like chalk and cheese. And there are design choices that were, I would say, fantastic back then, but there are a lot of tweaks in design that are just so much better from a, like, feeling perspective. And I mean, the rest comes down to personal taste as well. Like, that plays a massive part. There's no ifs or buts about it. Like, I know there are some people that just... Ooh. There's a mess here. Like, I know some people really... I'm a massive fan of Shadow of the Colossus, for instance. I think Shadow of the Colossus is, like, one of those fantastically designed and animated games. But some people find the animation just to be too much.
Multiple discrepancies detected. First discrepancy. A woolly cow is present in this hotel room. Woolly cows are an import species for the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve and are incapable of affording upper-class accommodations. Second discrepancy. This woolly cow is dangerously inebriated with Rizzo Spectrum vodka. Alcohol sanguinization ratio exceeds recommended maximum.
And the recommended maximum blood alcohol ratio for a woolly cow is...
0.
Oh. So a cow can't have a good time in this colony.
This unit has not been programmed to include bovine jurisprudence in its library of information. A brief survey of this area reveals that the most recent occupants were athletes belonging to the Rizzo's Rangers Tossball Club.
Did you ever play... Not Ico. Ico actually never got to finish. I started and I barely even got through, like, the first area before I kind of put it down. I think I got distracted with Shadow of Colossus when it came out on PS3 as, like, the Duo collection. No, did you ever play... What is it called? The third game that he made after Shadow. Damn it. My lord, what is wrong with my brain today, sir? When it came out on PS2. Damn. Shadow of the Colossus. Team Ico. Last Guardian. That's the one I'm thinking of. Ding! Did you ever play Last Guardian?
Insufficient data. A brief survey of localized property damage, divided by the area of this room, yields the following estimate. This unit was likely occupied by every member of the Rizzo's Rangers. -1.
Ooh. Include extermination. Sadly missed it. It's not a bad game. Like, I know a lot of people give it a bad rap. The only issue is when you're dealing with how he programmed the AI, it didn't click with me. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. It is tough. Like, yeah, and I think that's kind of the difficulty. If you're not patient enough with understanding how he's meticulously crafted the creature, which I don't think he does it's like he struggled, and I think that was a lot of the difficulty, was the struggle of finding the right balance of how to in-game communicate to the player what the creature was trying to tell you, whether he was listening to you or whether he wasn't. And it's, yeah, it is a fascinating game to play. Like, when you get into some of the more fun little challenges with the creature, it works really well. You find it looks janky. I didn't have an issue with it. I only had, like, one major issue, and it was due to how, again, the AI was, like, how it was designed to function. So there's, like, a section near the end of the game where you're using the monster to basically climb up a tower. And of course, when you jump on it and you tell him to go and climb the tower, you have to basically watch his whole animation as he slowly jumps from column to column to column to column around this top of the tower till he gets to the top. And then I'm trying to tell him to go and continue on to, like, the next part of the puzzle, but for some reason he wasn't responding to that, and he looked back, and then because I pressed the, like, action button, he basically went, oh, well, you want me to go down the tower now. So then you're watching the same animation, and it's this long, arduous, like, process of, oh my god, I am fighting between the length of the animation and some of the commands, or, like, where I'm looking at things. And so there are times where it almost felt like, from a design perspective, they should have just kind of locked you off from not being able to go back into areas once you kind of progressed at a certain point. But it's just one of those games where, in that sense, yes, it's janky. I've been looking for a fucking hat like this whole game, and I finally have it. And I'm gonna wear it. Because fuck you. I'm a fucking cowboy. What's the button? Idle camera? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I'm a fucking cowboy. Yee fucking ha.
Hey, you're back.
Ah.
What can I do for you?
Would you happen to know why there's a woolly cow in one of the rooms?
We sort of borrowed her from the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve while we were drunk. I have no idea how we managed to sneak her in here without being spotted. Don't worry. We'll return her safe and sound. Mostly sound. Hungover still sound, right?
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the controls I don't think are the biggest issue, as it more so how some of the interaction systems work with the actual creature itself. So if they tweak some of that and tighten it a bit, or make it a bit more, the problem is, my concern would be if they change too much in the early parts of the game. Because it makes, like, the game is designed from a story perspective that at the beginning of the game, he is designed to be non-responsive to you, not trusting, and very hesitant to listen to your instructions. And the point is that over the course of the game, he builds trust, he builds a respect with you and a bond, so that by the time you get to the end of the game, anything you ask him to do, he will typically do with very little hesitation. But my concern is that if a remaster was to be made, you'd get a developer that would just be like, no, we're just cranking all of this, so whatever you ask him to do, he's going to do. And it kind of removes the bonding design behind the game, which again wasn't perfect, but it's kind of how it's intended to be experienced. I will say a 60 FPS mode is what benefits that game, and the only way you can play it in 60 FPS on modern hardware is if you have a physical disc, which I've got. As long as you don't patch it. That's the only catch. Birdie's room. What do we have here?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Analyze.
The charred fragments of a letter lies at the bottom of this wastebasket.
What is with my meeting point amplify? Can you identify what was on this letter?
Unfortunately, most of the writing is beyond recovery. The words station, meeting point, and emergency are all that can be discerned.
Well, glad we narrowed that down.
I wish if I don't have the actual check, don't show me what it is. I don't know why they're showing me this, because then I kind of feel like, well, now you're telling me what the actual like what I'm actually seeing. Poke the ashes. Cold. Any idea what's
Someone
happening?
burned this letter shortly after Halcyon Helen's death.
I need more solid lead. Better keep looking.
Timeline is a single footprint, size 10, tossball cleat sized. The soil in this residue contains a very high concentration of oxygen.
High concentration of oxygen usually points to a terraformer.
Well done, Inspector. The weather monitoring station at the pilot house substitutes for a terraformer. The soil in his footprint likely came from there.
Clues I found point me to the Pantheon Pilot's House weather monitoring station. Oh. Okay then. Tossball stick. Queen Chapter 2. Two huge shapes suddenly bore down upon them. Halcyon Helen saw that these were the same creatures she had faced on Maximilian Mercer's ship. From the waist down, they had human attributes, but above were slick and jet black. These were the dissident evil agents, half men, half giant, limbless slugs. Helen, acting with canid-like swiftness, darted out of the way as the first slug struck out with its fangs. Olympus Opal, however, was not as fortunate. So paralyzed was she by the first creature's visage that she could not defend herself from the second. Its teeth clamped down on her neck, and after a few moments struggled, she expired. Having regained her footing, Helen drew the Spacer's Choice pistol, taking the Mercer's corpse, still functioning well despite their economic make, and let loose. The air, the first spent casting, met to the ground. Both slug men lay in pools of their own blood, blue blood. Apologies, my friend, Helen said sadly, as she looked on Olympus Opal's still body, but I wish you had heeded my warning. The colony had lost a great employee today, and with that, she holstered her pistol and stepped into the Marauder's base. Okay, that's locked. Is there any camera footage? Does not look like it. All right. Anything else in the robot's room? Oh, no, that's all. Yeah. There's literally nothing else.
What floor would you like to visit?
Well, I guess we need to exit the Grand Colonial. Alright, what do we got? Travel to the meeting spot. You pierce together enough leads from Bertie's hotel room to locate a meeting spot in the weather monitoring station on the pilot house. Even if Bertie's no longer there, you can at least figure out what he was up to. Head to Purpleberry Orchard to begin your investigation regarding Helen's recent activities there. Perhaps you'll find some insight into who would have wanted her dead. Track down the Prophet of Profitability. Journal. It's one side of the map. And the other side of the map. Okay. Let's do this. I'm wondering whether I should be keeping my gun kind of operating. Well, looks like I'm gonna go over the bridge anyway, so let's have a look what's over here.
Move along.
Sure thing. This is a big map. Jesus. Wow. It's like Cloud City.
Oh, look here. I could use a new pair of glasses. Could...
Oh. Okay. I guess the whole thing comes crashing down into its gas.
Hey, you look like you need some stuff. Fancy watch? Spare cufflink? Single earring? You want it? I've got it.
You doing okay?
Me? Oh, sure. Terrific. Never better. And as soon as I pay off my docking fines, I'll be back on my feet and in my ship.
Yay! Docking fines?
So it turns out Slug has some pretty strict rules on vehicle docking, and I may have broken a few of them. Who'd think Slug would be so strict?
Docking rules?
Let's see. There's docking without prior authorization, double docking, docking into adjacent vessels, docking while under the influence of alcohol, docking while under the influence of caffeinoids, and loitering.
Sounds like a Tuesday to me.
Well, I'm sure they'll go easier on the inspector than on little old me. But say, maybe you could help a stranger out? Buy some of my goods?
I don't think I want anything from you, but let's just go repair. And we can sell all our junk while we're at it. Ooh.
I knew.
Actually. No, I think I'll keep that because then I can probably crush some of that stuff that I don't need. But let's see. Let's sell. I'm not really using any of this extra stuff because it's not kind of what I'm playing with. Goodbye. Goodbye. White. There's no white there, no white there. So what's weighing quite a bit? It's probably just going to be most of the armor. Nice. Well, that'll probably give me an opportunity to level up. But in the meantime, goodbye. Let's see, that can go. That can go. Might be useful. Might not be. Intimidate +5. I love that. Alright. What else have we got here? That. Good. Boy. Shrink ray. Mind control ray. Jesus. Yep. Ooh, 36. That's not too bad. 32. 32. Yeah. That can go. Alright. No, I think I have removed enough stuff. No, it doesn't look like there's anything there. Keep moving. Keep on moving. So close to 38. Look at me go.
Sure he's not in the museum.
Tourists. Reserve security. Navigation dock. Alrighty then. Meteorological control station. Round the clock protection to keep us safe. Currently out of service.
My last quarterly.
Ooh.
Discrepancy detected. Rizzo's company policy clearly states that all proprietary mascots must exhibit signs of physical life.
Puncture wound near his collarbone. I'm having trouble finding an exit wound.
Excellent observation, Inspector. Have you deduced a possible cause of death?
Handgun firearms, not a conventional weapon either.
Unusually small entry wounds indicate exotic weaponry. Closest approximations are 1. Incident involving a game of darts. 2. The Needler.
Constable Keene mentioned the Needler, Helen's signature gun.
Flattery protocol. Excellent deduction, Inspector. Your logical faculties make my programming seem Paleolithic by comparison. Famously deployed by Halcyon Helen in Terror on Monarch. This weapon was responsible for executing the Chief of the Savages, played by Spencer Woolridge.
The Chief? Interesting. Amplify, before we go, Do you think he'd miss his outfit?
This unit is incapable of providing ethical advice. This unit is also incapable of answering rhetorical questions.
I'll take his things. It's potential evidence, yeah? You glance over your shoulder to see if anyone's watching, then reach down to remove the mascot's gear. Oh my god. Did I actually? I did. Haha. Vending machine power cable. What purpose I have for that, I don't know yet.
I heard about what happened to Helen. If you ran that hotel, we would have kept her safe.
Timeline discrepancy detected. This empty bottle of spirits does not belong to any known corporate brand. Suspicious residue detected.
High concentration of ethanol. Someone's brewing moonshine.
Excellent deduction, Inspector. Imbibing of unauthorized beverages is strictly prohibited under Rizzo's company law. Ingredients include antiseptic alcohol, sucrose, and unidentifiable miscellaneous organic material. Closest match. Counterfeit spirits available at the Piraeus spaceport.
Search for clues.
Could use this to draw a fine bead on. Or something.
Oh, hacking skill too low. Not good enough. Paleton. Rightio then. Journal. Spaceport access. You currently don't have access to the spaceport, so any further investigation of Birdie is on hold until then. For now, continue your investigation on the Purpleberry Orchards. But what we can do... Rizzos! It's so weird playing a piece of DLC that has very little shooting. I'm quite impressed by their ability to withhold themselves. Right, now, let's go do the investigation. Over... Yeah. Hello. Bellhop.
Hunting reserve instead of staying in the pen.
Sun Parlor discovered. Wait, what? Never mind. I spoke too soon.
Watching the wilderness checkpoint.
Exciting.
Yeah. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Pool cleaner. Blue water coloring, number 422, plus Chlorinsol plus hydrogenated deformer. Greenhouse terminal. Select an option below. View VAT1 status. Oxylator. Blue water coloring 422. Brominating oxylator. Mixed chemicals. Existing chemicals in canisters will be removed, and the chemicals in vats will be mixed into a new compound. Okay. Oh. That's 422 Chlorinsol hydrogenated deformer. Chlorinsol. Alright, so here we go. Chlorinsol, hydrogenated deformer, blue water, mixed chemicals. Confirm. You have lost unknown compound. You've gained pool cleaner. Q. What do I do with said pool cleaner? Glass container filled with pool cleaning solution that smells of chlorine, artificial coloring, and Rapidon stomach acid. Wait a second. Do I have... Damn. Just wondering if I've got anything that might suggest any other chemicals. Nope. Ooh, what's this? Seems Brizzo has set me up with a rather straightforward task. Slug has an automatic mixer for their pool cleaner. If it's automatic, one would think it would need to be manually cycled, but I suppose I should be thankful it works at all. Instructions: mix the chemicals by cycling each vat, then use the console to create a compound once you have the desired combination. Not exactly building a terraformer here, but no matter how simple these things are, some people will still have problems. Good thing that I've been at this for as long as I have. Chloransol equals red, number 1. Muriatic acid, number 2, is green. Brominating oxalator, number 3, yellow. Blue water cooling, number 4422, is blue, 4. And hydrogenated defoamer, orange, number 5. Seems odd to store all of these chemicals together. Putting some of these together would render that pool less habitable and some of the sulfur pits on Monarch. Perhaps that's why they decided to hire a professional. Beneath the entry, there was a note in different handwriting. Any opportunistic freelancer that reads this should meet me on the hotel balcony. I have a business opportunity. I'm actually going to write this down. So, chlorinosol, number 1, muriatic acid, number 2, brominating oxalator, number 3, blue water coloring, number 4, and hydrogenated defoamer, number 5. Red, green, yellow, blue, orange, and number 4 blue. All right, cool. So colors seem to be right. I'm now wondering about those extra fluids that were picked up in some of the bodies. Wait, I can't go there. Or can't I? Let's try something.
I promise the coffee stain practically blends.
Whee! Over. Okay, not yet. What? Engineer camp discovered. Interesting. All right. You know, I've been thinking about GTA 6 because I've been playing 5, which I'm about halfway through. story-wise. I forgot how much content 5 has. Just a single player. I haven't even touched the multiplayer yet. But just a single player. It's such a dense game. There's just so much. And honestly, it kind of makes me worried with 6 just being such a huge endeavor. Unless a lot of it's going to be more multiplayer focus. But I'm kind of wondering whether it'll still be structured the same way, where it'll be story and then multiplayer as like 2 separate entities. But I will say, playing 5 again just makes me think about the fact that the level of quality that these guys have offered in their games, it's really second to none. Like, you can't... I think about all the complaints that people are having with Assassin's Creed right now. And I just go, well, honestly, it doesn't surprise me. I think about the fact that Ubisoft could have... Oh! Can't do that. So I have to wait. I can only go across the bridge. Shit. That's really annoying. You literally fall straight through. Oh, that sucks. That means I can't cheat. Well, I wouldn't call it cheating. I would call it clever game design, where it's like, well, if I can't cross there, maybe I can cross elsewhere. But that's not how the game wants me to play it. So I have to go the other direction and do the other quests until I have access. To the Productivity Queen. In which case... Where am I? This way. But yeah, it'll be interesting.
Holy cow, shit.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Analysis
reveals the chemical signature of this compound is 80% semblant of fertilizer used in the purpleberry orchards. The other 20% is semblant of pool water.
Someone scratched a sentence into the filter's plating. Irian was here. Mechanical contraption for propagating chemicals inserted above through the pool water.
Oh, you're that inspector. Right. Sorry, but the pool's currently closed on account of it stinking worse than my boss.
Huh.
Of course, I guess it don't much matter, seeing as how you already went and stood in the water, pointing a fancy contraption around. I guess it's no business of mine, but is investigating a pool part of your job?
It is when it's dirty.
Gee, I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah.
You're pretty sharp. As you might guess, the pool's closed to the public for the moment. Some of the guests ain't taking kindly to it, but it's better than giving folks diseases.
That's true. Found traces of fertilizer in the water. Is that normal?
Hell no, it ain't normal. Almighty, that's a screw-up like none I've ever seen. Almost seems foolish enough it must have been done on purpose. Can't do much now but wait for the stench to wear off. We found the individual hired to clean face down in a puddle of his own spit in the orchards.
Oh.
Guess he won't be helping.
There's a lot of people dead. I think I can help. Found the sun parlor earlier and mixed something for the pool.
Wow, they should have just cut out the wage garnisher and hired you. Why don't you add your mix to the pool doohickey over yonder? And that's usually what the last guy did.
Looks like chemicals can be added to the pool filter. I'm going to attempt making a pool cleaner.
All sounds right by me. It'll be nice to actually have guests to guard. Sinuses that work.
You'll be paying me, of course. Oh my god. Agreed. The sooner I can get rid of this odor, the better.
Sorry, did you say something? I couldn't hear over the smell. Sound. What'd you say? So long as you don't want to go in, I can answer anything you like.
Said Rizzo hired someone to do the cleaning?
Yep, still dead. Usually Rizzo's is pretty good at making sure the people they hire ain't got Tripicale for brains. But that fella clearly wasn't worth trusting. I met him briefly once. Seemed level-headed enough, but that must have been just a front. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a mess of things.
Pretty heavily armored for a pool guard, aren't you?
Yeah, it's part of the job. I think I'm listed as a security consultant. But all that really means is that if I'm caught without this thing, I get put on pool guard duty. I don't know what happens if I'm caught without it on pool guard duty, but I know that I don't want to find out. Sounds good to me.
That's everything. I think that's what I need to put the pool cleaning stuff in.
Oh, thanks a million, Inspector. The smell cleared right up. Well, in a couple hours, the guests might even be back. Then I actually gotta start doing my job. Of course, we're not gonna get a follow-up shipment for the water anytime soon, so they'll have to content themselves on the deck. I got a little something for making my job that much less miserable. It's the key to our storeroom. If my boss asks, you never met me.
Ooh. Key, I think we both know my work was worth more than that.
I guess I can spare a few bits. And, here, this pack of smokes. Sorry, they don't really load me up with the goods. I gotta get back to it if you don't mind, Inspector.
Nice. Hey, pool's clean. Not that there's much water. That'll do. Alright, moving on, moving on.
Maybe you haven't heard, but we're in the middle of a lockdown. Swear to the architect, Matthias, if you've lost your rifle's ionization coil again. Oh, wait, you ain't part of my crew. What do you want?
Are you okay? You sound a little tightly wound. Tightly wound.
Tightly wound? Tightly wound? Damn right, I'm fine. I'm going to my calm place, where there's peace and quiet, and none of my sprat fucking subordinates can bother me. On behalf of Slug, I'd like to apologize for that outburst, as well as all of my future outbursts. Yes, I'm a little wound up. You would be too. Between the landing pad, lockdowns, gate closures, and constant questions from angry guests, I've got a lot on my plate. And if that don't beat all, one of my crew is AWOL.
A missing person? I'm actually an inspector. Could look into that for you.
If you're serious, I'd appreciate the help. He's been missing a few days, and we're low on staff as it is.
I'll look into it. What do I need to know?
The missing crew member's Evan O'Connell. He's one of about 2 Slug agents I can trust with more complex tasks than stand here and look tough. Friendly type. Well-behaved, followed orders. Anyone else, I'd think they got drunk and fell asleep in a ditch somewhere, but O'Connell's not really the type. He was last stationed at the Wilderness checkpoint. I'd search there first.
I'll get on that. Okay. Let's bump across. See what's over here. This is a very cruisy piece of DLC. Until there were marauders. Sprats. Oh, there are stairs! What happened to the camera?
Odd, huh?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ooh, there is a little bit of discrepancy.
The garb on this security guard identifies him as a member of the Rizzo's corporation. His rank would have been that of jawbreaker or higher. This security guard has experienced premature expiration. Evidence strongly suggests a conflict with marauders.
You find 3 bits, half-eaten Rizzos, pay respect, conclude examination.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. This guard also expired prematurely, following a violent encounter with marauders.
At least he gave his life for a worthy cause.
Sure he did. That's what we tell ourselves. Nope. No access.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Where? Oh, up. How the hell do I get up there? Like so.
This guard also expired prematurely, following a violent encounter with marauders.
Fair enough. Look at the limbs. Okay. Purple berry orchids. Man. Tough dealing with a newborn.
Maybe I could hold up my end if your people weren't sabotaging my operations.
Sorry, can't talk. We're busy having a very tedious conversation.
Are you
And
now?
if sabotaging the orchards weren't enough, you had to make it personal. You really had to bust my Insta coffee maker too? The nerve.
Hold that asinine thought. Who was this armed stranger who just wandered into your office? Back up for a fight you can't finish?
What the hell are you talking about? I don't know this fella. I think it's mightily more likely that he's under your payroll. Here to burn down what you haven't already.
I'm not under anyone's payroll, which is not to say I can't be.
I see. Just a visitor then. Congratulations, Hathaway. Not everyone's abandoned your orchards.
Well, shame that you're trying to change that. Anyway, sorry for the heated reception, stranger. There's just been some trouble here of late. Name's Overseeing Orchardist Hathaway, and I'm in charge of these orchards. Though it seems like certain groups, which will remain unnamed, are trying to change that. Looks like I'm stuck playing the part of customer service rep. Guess it's different from the usual, at least. Something I can do for you?
I overheard you mention sabotage.
Yeah. Just another woe to add to the pile. In the past, the orchard subcontracted security work from Slug. You know, keep the malcontents on staff from causing too much trouble. But between the Spectrum Brown unveiling demanding all of our resources and the recent uptick in worker accidents, we just ain't got the budget for security. And, of course, Slug has decided that instead of being reasonable, they're just gonna sabotage our operations until we start paying them again.
Look at the poor Rizzo's manager, lying about Sublight to make himself feel better. Shame he skipped where Rizzo's were short on our payments months before the new unveiling.
Look, at the end of the day, it's obvious that Slug is sabotaging us. I ain't paying until they come clean.
I can figure out what's really going on.
Thank the law, some good news. You hear that, lapdog? Truth's coming. Better fess up while you still can outside of an interrogation room.
While I'm sure you'd love to have a scapegoat on whom you can pin your own incompetence, I suspect you'll be disappointed. But what do I know? I suppose it's up to your new hiree.
Investigate the dead sapling stock the Exterminator Auto Mix. Inspect the fried console.
After Amber.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. These footprints match the shoes previously analyzed in the Grand Ballroom. There is a 110% chance with a 10% margin of error that they were left by Ruth Bellamy, the actress known as Halcyon Helen.
So the footprint depth and spacing between each footprint is short, and the imprint in the dirt deep, as if determined it would appear that Helen was in a hurry.
Anything interesting?
Helen was in a hurry and she thought she was being followed. Last week, pretty obvious if you know what to look for.
Oh, shit. You're right. She turned here. She was looking over her shoulder. I'm impressed, Cap.
Such lovely weather calls for a hot... Well, sweet hello there, valued visitor. I am sure sorry to break it to you, but our orchards are closed to all officially guided tours at this precise moment in time.
What's that on you, Nick?
When your folks warn you your face will freeze like that, you aren't supposed to take it seriously.
Why, thank you! Rizzo's encourages all workers to put on a happy face when engaging with valued customers. Rizzo's does beseech you to please purchase one of our self-guided options if you're wishing to join one of our rejuvenative, relaxing, reformatory tours. Now with a Puzzle Hedges trademark maze hunt and special edition taste testing for an extra 35 bits a ticket.
Do you know... Are you okay? You seem excessively happy.
Why, you say that as if it's a bad thing. I am quite overcome with happiness, indeed. You won't find a Rizzo's worker in all of Eridanos who isn't 100% thrilled in their day-to-day existence. It's part of our brand manifesto.
What's with the neck thing?
Happy workers lead to happy customers. Happy customers are repeat customers. And repeat customers make the charts look better on our weekly profit reports. So if nothing else, it's my responsibility at all times to smile, smile, smile. And you know what never fails to bring a smile to my face? The breathtaking tours we offer throughout the orchards. Seasonally available for purchase in the Nut Hut. Ah, you mean that lovely actor who got herself dead? Damn shame what happened to her. She did come by, but not during any official tour time. I thought she'd hired a private tour at first, but it was Dr. Blossom who was showing her the way to the RR and DD labs. Can't imagine why she'd need to meet with our head researcher on the Spectrum product line outside of her lab hours. Unless, of course, it had to do with the new product unveiling.
Dr. Blossom? B? Noted. Now moving on. Helen was a spokeswoman for Spectrum Brown's ad campaign.
That's right. She was. She sure made for some lovely adverts. Maybe it might have involved an issue with the launch batch then? I can't rightly say. All I know is one of our certified tour guides could have given her a much more comprehensive tour of the grounds were that her interest.
Murder weapons lying around, bottle of poison.
Can't say that I have. We use bad batches of liquor for our pesticides.
That smile says, I'm gonna kill and eat someone tonight.
And I haven't seen any bloody objects aside from the usual pair of gardening shears. Unless, that is, Miss Helen was also stung to death by pollinization wasquitos. She wasn't, was she? That would be a mighty wretched way to go.
Deadly pollinization wasquitos.
Pollinization by killer wasquitos, indeedy. It's cutting-edge Rizzo's technology. But Don't you worry, valued visitor. Our pollinization cycles only run when the orchards are empty, for safety reasons. When a pollinization cycle finishes or is aborted, all waspitos are biologically programmed to return
Kill
to
and
the
eat
hive,
someone.
their holding pen. Of course, the very last thing Rizzos would want is a beloved tourist bumbling into the hive and triggering an unscheduled cycle. So you'd best steer clear of it for safety. You'll know the hive by its big, glimmering electric fencing.
Are you the groundskeeper?
Yes, indeedy. I've got the wondrous honor of having just been promoted to third keeper of the grounds after the last one disappeared on the job. Gosh, I guess about a week ago now. Before my morning clock in last Sunday, I was but a lowly nanner peeler picker on the line shift. Now I'm responsible for growing every twig and berry on this vast swath of fertile land. Heaven sweet, no. It's not like he was murdered. He simply disappeared without a trace and hasn't been heard from since. And the groundkeeper before that one? Well, she wasn't missing at all. Her body was found near hive control, covered head to toe in thousands of welts. No mystery, and certainly no murder with what happened there. I mean, you can't exactly hold some waspitos on trial. Accidents do happen on the job.
Wait, no, we are not glossing over this missing groundskeeper. No one knows what happened to him.
Can't speak for others, but I most assuredly don't. I reckon you could talk to my supervisor, the overseeing orchardist. He would know more. I used to ask questions, but gee, I just don't feel the urge to anymore. Gosh and goody gumdrops, but I could talk about the orchards till my lips fell off. Instead, let's talk about whatever interests you, because that's what interests me, too.
Yeah, this guy's not right.
Why, you're standing smack dab in the pride and joy of Rizzo's nearly natural product development sector. We call this fecund landscape the Purple Berry Orchards, since that's our main crop. But we also sow and grow mock apples, nanners,
Mock
nuts,
apples?
Tarmac, and more.
Like they're a
Rizzo's is
mock
pleased as
mockery
Mock Apple
of like
Pie to offer
original
3 tiers of VIP
apples?
tours. Premium, Premium Plus, and the Golden Ticket. All are available for purchase in the Nut Hut. Of course, tours of any access level must be suspended during a scheduled pollinization cycle. Our waspitos are quite territorial and have been known to sting both workers and visitors alike. Of course.
Oh, God.
What kind of investigation? You wouldn't happen to be from the health inspection office, would you?
Sure. Can I lie? That's right, Inspector Aurelius, here to inspect the health and safety of your crops.
Oh, drat. This distresses me, and I do not like feeling cross. I warned the orchardist this could happen when we halted our monthly bribe to Slug. They were always a reliable go-between, regarding inspections before now. So, what might you be looking to find out, Mr. Inspector?
Overseeing Orchidist already told me about Rizzo's relationship with Slug.
Did he now? That sounds about right. He has been mightily outspoken in his disdain for Slug in recent months. The overseeing orchardist had the last groundskeeper deliver a contract termination in the place of our regular payment. Rizzo's decided we don't need their services anymore. See, with our new morale-boosting medical treatments, our employees are much more productive. No need for unsightly intimidation tactics.
Exactly is this medical treatment?
Sorry, I'm not at liberty to say. Trade secrets and all that. You understand, I'm sure.
Damn it.
I do hope this pleasant conversation has made me useful to you. Rizzo's likes it when we're useful to customers, and I like anything Rizzo's likes.
All right.
I can't
Not
stop
gonna get
you
much
from
else
poking
from this
around,
guy.
but do be mindful of our pollinization hive. Waspitos tend towards aggressive at the best of times. There's a reason why we keep him behind an electric fence, you know.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Oh, there's something over here. Is there?
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Oh my god. They're so cute.
Here we go.
Kill it, 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 kill it. Yeah!
I am a storm.
Bye. Now. Oh my god. Action quest, stop exterminating. So what am I doing here? Oh, there's like things to destroy. Oh, this is something a bit more action-packed. I think I need to break it up a bit. Don't get me wrong. I'm enjoying the story bits. Elusive post. Hold on a sec. Oh. Yeah, I think that guy is under control. Look at them. There's like something attached to them.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
I think that's on the other side. Where is it? Kill it.
On me, folks.
Stop the exterminator auto mechanicals. Nice. Energy cell. Damn it. I thought there'd be more energy cells. Polarization swarms in use in this area. Oh, frenzied host.
Watch a pro at work. Covering you.
Whoa. Parasite spawn. Okay, interesting.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Where? Oh, literally that.
Analysis. This discarded canister is typical of the R-mounted storage tanks on the Orchard's agricultural mechanicals. However, it is not currently attached to a mechanical. This canister contains a high amount of vinegar in addition to water. Warning, use of vinegar, a known herbicide, on purpleberry saplings is a violation of Rizzo's agricultural standards.
Did you figure out who is the killer? Not even close. Discrepancy amplifier. Where are these canisters usually kept?
Chemical makeup of substance: 50% water, 50% vinegar. Trace amounts of woolly cow feces also detected. These canisters can typically be found in the nursery storage building in the Purpleberry Orchards, except for this one, which can be found here.
I'm actually starting to run out of ammo. That's so unusual for me. Where? You know what I'm gonna need? Yes. Let's zap some of these suckers. Don't have the stats for this, but we'll have to do. Here we go. Analyze. Shaft of the toss ball stick is bent and cracked, exceeding toss ball regulation requirements. The end of the toss ball stick is matted with.
Bits of wicker detected, embedded within the chunks of dark matter. Wicker is not a known ingredient of the dark matter product.
Examine the end of the stick. Looks as if someone used a toss ball stick to completely obliterate a picnic basket. Maybe it's some kind of upper class mating ritual.
The only members of a toss ball team strong enough to crack a stick in two are the dedicated hackers, like Black Hole Birdie. Whatever Ms. Ruth Bellamy must have relayed to the toss ball hacker during their picnic together instigated a furious increase in his usual strength threshold by 52%.
Let's not jump to conclusions. There are drunk primals stomping around. One of them could have broken it.
True. This is a key card for the Rizzo's Research and Development District Labs. If you're reading this warning anywhere other than the RR and DD Labs, please return it to the RR and DD Labs for the only moderate extreme pay deduction of a mild reduction. Or I just use it for myself.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Where? Ah.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Oh. Was it here that she went?
Something's bumming me out.
Oh, this is fun. What do we got? There is just so much happening. Okay, so I am actually going to need ammo. I didn't think I was. Apparently I will. So no, we are nowhere near close to
I heard about what happened to Helen.
solving this case yet.
Hal, we would have kept her.
Sure. they took a while. That's a cool shot. You are just a crazy maniac. And I love
doing
it.
an R&D lab, testing out a new eye.
Oof. And so the plot thickens.
Hello? I can hear you out there. If you still possess the majority of your mental capacity, please locate the test room through the lobby and to the left. You'll see me through the glass.
Okay. Messages. Department cleanup request. Hello, I'm so sorry I haven't had a chance to get your name yet and update the terminal. When you have a moment, could you bring a mop to the lobby? Dr. Blossom seems to have had a rather rough night and spilled some coffee on the floor. Blossom subject, what in the Architect's blue blazes is going on? From L. Blossom. Labs employees, what is the Architect's blue blazes is going on? What in blazed corporate law is all that commotion down there? I don't believe the rocket fuel combination distillery mixture was scheduled for another week. Could someone please inform me as to what the racket is all about? You better have a damn good reason for interrupting my meeting with the administrator. I expect a full explanation and apology within the next 15 minutes, or people are going to start losing jobs. Someone's a bit of a dick. Opus 3.0? Oh, it's about the same. That's a bit disappointing. Not gonna lie. Hello?
How in the Aether did you get in here? You're not a Rizzo's authorized. Oh, void it all. What does it even matter now? What do you want? Speak up and quickly if you will.
Investigate Halcyon Helen murder. Was she here recently?
You do know that Halcyon Helen is a fictional character portrayed by the late actress Ruth Bellamy, yes? One can't be too sure with so many simpletons around in the day-to-day. Regardless, I am not at liberty to divulge such information with non-employees or personnel lacking security clearance level Spectrum Orange. Of course, if you were to say, contract your services to me, I suppose I could grant you clearance enough to answer your murder-related questions, Mr. Inspector. You see, I've found myself in a bit of a pickle.
Have you
Some
now?
of my lab techs have turned rather aggressive following a recent experiment gone awry. Hence why I've barricaded myself in the lab.
There isn't anything you can do to help.
Yes. I suppose I should make myself useful. Let me think. Ah, I know. I can remotely unlock the supply closets in the lower levels of the lab. Perhaps you'll find some useful apparatus or two in them.
Didn't see any hostiles on the way here from the entry door. You could make a run for it. You to answer some questions afterwards.
Excellent. You have my gratitude, and soon you'll have my knowledge of Miss Bellamy's recent visit as well. Now, if you'd rather not kill my lab techs during this cleanup, I believe you can dispense a sedative gas from a terminal in the utility room.
Better than cold-blooded murder.
The door to the lower labs is sealed for our safety, so you'll need to take the elevator down. I'll unseal the access hallway for you now. Do take care.
Lovely, lovely. Although I'm liking the cold blood and murder option. Before Rizzo's was the confectionery juggernaut, you know and love today, it was an above-average chemical waste management corporation. On one otherwise unremarkable day, an employee of the slurry stirring shift leaned a little too far over the chemical vat, dropping a single purple berry that had been hidden in his jacket pocket. Instead of being immediately fired from his hazardous incompetence, the employee was given an ultimatum by his supervisor: retrieve the fallen fruit to stay employed. The employee jumped into the vat, swam for the purple berry, and accidentally swallowed it. The rest is history. After it was pulled from the toxic waters, the stirrer stated that the chemical-coated purple berry hadn't been half bad, before falling into a toxic coma, giving his supervisor the idea to sterilize and adjust the chemical mixture for human consumption. Soon the sour, sweet-coated purple berries were more or less edible, becoming Rizzo's first mass-marketed product, the Purple Berry Bunch. Oh my god. That's messed up. That's just sickening. Mind the gas canister. Hello everyone, this is your friendly custodian staff offering a preemptive apology. In the elevator hall is crowded with gas canisters. There are quite a few of them, and only one of me, so I'm moving them in loads down to the utility room. Do be cautious, they're filled with a sedative potent enough to put a hungry mama raptidon out cold. Thank you for your understanding. After work bar meetup. Dear esteemed colleagues, my team and I are all heading to the Grand Colonial Bar this evening for some drinking and fellowship. All real scientists are welcome to join us. You know, the ones that produce quantifiable data and theorems and don't spend their time jabbering over how this lightning on that bottle will increase customer sentiment. Cheers from some who understand that market researchers aren't real scientists. Aha. Employee notification terminal team. As we continue our new round of research in product development, I'm increasing the required safety gas for lab workers involved. As some of you know, a few recent accidents involving subjects have left workers maimed, scarred, and one worker had their left hand permanently discolored to a shade of lime green. Rizzo's Research and Development District Labs is expected to continuously produce revolutionary advancements in the food and beverage industries. These measures will help us in further pursuit of that mission. Dr. Blossom. Yes? Yes. Sorry. Well, you're not really me friend, are you? You're just here to kill me. And don't lie to me. I know it's true. You're all just a bunch of cockamaniacs. All right, what else do we have here? Oh no. There's a lot happening here. All right. That can't be opened. This can. And I've got absolutely nothing that's of any use. Well, fuck that. Right, on we go. And now, let's play with you boys. Oh, 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 oh! Whoa! These guys are quick. Whoa! What are you? I'm sure you do. So, what are they fighting? Well, no. I don't trust you.
Might I conclude you found an alternative method of mastication? Please return for consultation at once. And do remember, unauthorized access of confidential Rizzo's information is a capital offense.
Sure, sure. That's exactly why I'm doing my investigation on my own, without you interfering. Hello. Serving the Rizzo family utility terminal. Dispense sedative gas. New employee orientation. Welcome, insert name. We're happy to have you as the new mechanic custodian at location. It is your responsibility to ensure that your location of employment is tidy and works like a charm. Your duties include, but are not limited to, cleaning of all surfaces, regular maintenance of all machinery, restocking employee break areas, maintaining of all electronic systems, keeping inventory of the location's operational items reserved. Training, please give. Guess how you do your job to the best of your ability. First day, I've gotten 17 requests from the lab's workers that I had to respond to, and also managed to find time to sweep, mop, and buff this place whole. I was hoping that the employees' how-to document would help with some of these machines that I've never seen before in my life, but guess what? The assholes left it completely blank. Gas hookup. I got a request from Dr. Blossom to hook up the gas lines to some canisters that'll mix with a heavy sedative for dispersal in the lower labs. Luckily, I've got enough experience cleaning all the muck that builds up in the vents to get it all done in a couple of days. Still, I wonder what they're needing for this. I think they took the last of the Raptidons out of the lab last week. I guess the pheromone flavoring results weren't as promised as they'd hoped. Jackpot, since I read that stupid orientation document, I've been hoping they'd ask me to volunteer for something, and here it is. I get to be a taste tester for the newest Spectrum flavor. I'm heading to the lab right after I fix the clog in the shower. It's so exciting. A discovery. Finally finished our first set of experiments on those parasites we harvested from the infected would-be attraction animals, and the results have been, what the hell am I doing? Why am I taking this tone? Who's going to see this aside from members of the research team? I barely need mention how beyond completely phenomenal today's find has been. Not only have we discovered why Harold, the system's saddest teacup Canid, had his remarkable turnaround. Frankly, I'm amazed no one realized something was earlier, his cage was only about as large as he was. By the way, Mayors, there goes your daily adreno injections theory, you buffoon. But we've also found something that will find me to a vice presidential position in no time. Remind me to devote a bench commemorating the Rizzo's semi-industrial exploration team for giving their lives to bring back the Iridanium Gygaseus from the Holy Caves. I'll also be certain to devote an even larger bench to myself finding the birth site of the parasites and ordering experiments to start. I've already been in talks with management about ideas for products that could utilize the parasite's joy-intensifying hormones. It's amazing that Slug hasn't looked deeper into this. We may have had to cede them to the land, but seemingly they haven't disturbed our research site. Well, their oversight in Rizzo's immense benefits. Great job, me. Today's incident. Slug Lab. I am sure some of you are still shaken by the events earlier today, but the course of science never did run smooth. The benefits of our research are easily worth the potential risks associated. Garcia would most certainly agree if she were still alive. I've talked to Administrator Ludovico about setting up some additional security measures in case of another test subject breach. In the meantime, for the love of the architect, do not infect an individual test subject with more than one parasite. The frenetic joy will have to be enough, at least for now. So they're using parasites to control people. I'm still looking into proportional means, but I think we'll find something soon. Some Rizzo's product engineers have discussed mass producing the parasites and placing them in some kind of beverage. Oh, that's why they're promoting. But what's the motivation for the kill? Okay. To evenly distribute the joy-inducing hormones. Things still seem very promising. I look forward to the day when I can leave this backwater facility behind. Dr. Blossom. Gas and test subjects. Blossom demanded we help the engineering team produce a gas that would target the neural links of individuals infected by Iridanium Gygaseus. Well, we did, and it was simple enough. Just isolated a particular cell type only found in the parasites and produced an enzyme that should shock them temporarily into stasis. But you better believe the second it came time to tell the administrator about it, she was the one who had developed the gas. And she was the one who had been primarily working with engineering to get everything together. She takes credit for the initial finding, and even after Dr. Garcia's death, which was basically all Dr. Blossom's fault, she still somehow manages to find a way to spin things in her favor. Some of the other researchers were talking about altering the gas not to target test subjects, but to target her, and for it not to render its target unconscious, but dead. I wouldn't write this down, but I know Dr. Blossom doesn't read log entries that she didn't write. Tell you, their ideas are beginning to seem more and more appealing. To Department Utility Subject, cadaver removed. At your earliest convenience, the Slug Lab requires your sanitation services for cadaver removal. There are two bodies at present in the RR&DD labs, one scientist and one test subject. Send a team to move the personal corpse to the incinerator. After this, please send a hazard team to dispose of the test subject. For highly classified reasons, the corpses can emit certain chemical compounds that are extremely dangerous if mishandled. Please don't skimp on the protective gear. We'd hate to have you to hire a separate utility team to pick up the bodies of yours. What in the architect's blue blazes is going on? From Dr. Blossom. What in the blazes, blessed corporate law is all the commotion down there? I don't believe the rocket fuel combination distillery mixture was scheduled for another week. You better have a damn good reason for interrupting my meeting with the administrator. I expect a full explanation and apology, and within 15 minutes, or people are going to... Alright, so I read that one. Is it that simple? Could it be Dr. Blossom? Few lab notes. I told Blossom we weren't crazy. Every single one of us began to have clinical insomnia, and she tells us it's because we drink too much coffee. Well, it is because of the coffee, or more so what's in the coffee. I had the janitor swap out the coffee grinds an hour later than usual this morning, and what do you know? I've been asleep all day. Those jerks in product have been messing with our supply. Don't ask me how, I just know it is. They think they're so smart because they know how molecules work. Well, they aren't the only ones that can create a chemical dependency. I've got a Pavlovian prank in place for the Spectrum Brown presentation that'll cause quite the show. To Dr. Blossom, subject Halcyon Helen. We're thrilled to hear the news that Rizzo secured Halcyon Helen as the spokesperson for the new Spectrum product. Our data shows she had favorable disposition in many key categories, including the coveted 1834, regularly employed, existential crisis demographic. We've been happy to show her some of our product advertisement ideas. I'm sending this message to both teams in the marketing and product labs. I do not know the extent of your squabbles, but they end here. And if it weren't for the incredible projection Spectrum Brown shows, we'd all be out of work after the embarrassment at the presentation. I expect more from both departments. What in the Architect Blaze is going on? Which I read. This is a big map.
If it weren't for the random canisters everywhere, I'd almost call this cozy.
Lewis, if I may say so, the marketing people are scary. Me and the other engineers are going to want 100 bits extra each, and keep quiet about this. Anyway, the beds are hooked up with the equipment you requested. Should work fine, sensing when those poor product bastards are in REM sleep. Once they are, the Spectrum Brown slogan plays on repeat at a quarter of a decibel, with that recording of people being torn apart by canids on a loop in the background. Extreme morbid curiosity bids I ask how exactly you produced a recording of so realistic a nature. Self-preservation, however, outpaced that. Just pay me so you can destroy out my memories of this interaction with ample application of Spectrum. Nobody of consequence. That's not looking good.
Better hurry, Captain.
Yeah, I would like to.
Timeline Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Wait, what?
Body heat readings indicate that the culprit was just here, mere moments earlier in the timeline.
Oh no. Gauge was the vent probably isn't supposed to be gaping open, but beyond difficulty to tell if someone used it to enter the lab or escape from it.
Well, shit. Case just...
Yeah, it did. Download confirmation. Error file delete was successfully downloaded to external data cartridge. Discrepancy amplified to find additional clues. Administrator Ludovico. Subject Halcyon Helen's lab tour. Apologies for the late notice, but Miss Bellamy has requested a tour of the facilities while she is visiting Iridanos as Halcyon Helen. Please prepare for her arrival in the morning. Note to self, well, Leora, you did it again. At long last, you located a bottle of Spectrum Black hidden in a crevice of musty shelf space in the storage warehouse last night. That much closer to finally getting the Spectrum Gatling to work. And what happened? You got all the way back to the water tower before running into a group of primals already diverting themselves with fruits of the fermented variety. One bad blackout later, and here you are, covered in primal vomit without the Spectrum Black. Get it together. What's in the architect? Okay, yep, no. That just keeps coming up. Damn.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Confirmation of discrepancy confirmed. This person is most definitely dead.
Yay!
But recently, they were still alive.
Haha. Search. Although you distinctly remember hearing gunshots over the intercom, you don't see any bullet casings.
Anyone else think there should be more bullet holes here?
Examine the body. You sure you heard gunshots earlier at this victim?
These puncture marks. It looks like she was injected with something. Well, they're definitely dead. Any idea what happened?
5 kills in and out before we could catch a glimpse of the culprit. I'd expect more blood.
Well, that depends. I've seen folks drop dead from a tiny mandapillar bite. The bullets could have had a similar kind of venom.
Oh, damn.
The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned. The organic matter that comprises this lab worker died at a similar time and of similar circumstance as the other corpses already scanned.
Spectrum Gatling Terminal. Collect all 8 variants of Spectrum Vodka. Investigate the storage warehouse's inventory logs. The Gatling taunts me from behind its glass cage. The infernal void damn thing refuses to work, and I know the exact cause. It's me. Why am I wired like this? Why? Whenever I tried to fiddle with the internal sober, I broke parts off, or connections failed to fire, or pieces stuck out of the casing and shorted out other components. So, of course, the solution was obvious. Get at least a little plastered prior to the work period. Every work period. When I'm relaxed, my hands don't shake, and it's so much easier to see where things should fit or how to bridge certain connections. The problem, of course, is that I also get artistic. Why should a weapon work on mechanics alone? Why shouldn't you have to say, slot one of every single fucking kind of Spectrum vodka into the thing before it will fire for the first time? I don't even know if it's tied to the weapon's internals or if it's some kind of lock, but it seems like it should fire and absolutely will not. I have to get one of every kind of Spectrum, including black. I can only hope the storage warehouse has had a recent shipment of the entire Spectrum, or all this work will have been for nothing. I have to be the dumbest genius this side of Halcyon. That is such a weird gun. Excuse me. Oh man.
Attention all personnel. Unscheduled pollinization cycle is about to commence. Please evacuate the orchards at this time. Releasing the mosquitoes for pollinization. Cycle is now in progress.
Whoa. That was just bizarre. Nearsighted. Too many blows to the eyes have made it harder to see.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ooh, ooh. Aha!
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
I'll sure have. Yuck.
Timeline discrepancy. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to... Timeline discrepancy. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
12 times more painful and deadly than that of organic wasps.
Now. There's been some changes. When I'm fighting. Nope. Did I go up here?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Mosquito stings have been known to cause auditory...
Inspect the chemical makeup of the
Tool is
multi-tool.
comprised of 99% plastic, 0.5% steel, and 0.5% carbonated sugary beverage. Trace amounts of kerosene, alcohol, hydrazine, and liquid hydrogen also detected.
Wiggle the nails. Construct the lever to remove the panel. Collect a nearby rod of metal and sliding it beneath the panel. Push down on it until the panel comes free. As it falls away, you see that it was hiding a slug logo.
So, what'd you find?
There's some foreign substance on the tool. This thing didn't originate in the orchid. It's likely that whoever released it was a slug employee.
Huh. Wonder why someone would leave it here.
Also likely whoever released the wasp was a slug employee?
Does that mean we can toss them over the side of the complex when we find them?
You'd like that, wouldn't you? Pollinization cycle. Check recent activity. Last activity exceeds the system's 2-week threshold and has since been purged. The credentials are out of date. Hilda, generally when two co-workers get blasted out of their minds on Spectrum Vodka and the one that makes a joke about how wild it would be if someone put wasps and mosquitoes together, doesn't wake up the next day with a promotion and a couple 100,000 rabid insects in his back porch. I can appreciate a good joke as much as the next guy, but I got a message earlier today about making sure I increase quarterly yields, and it wasn't from you. If you want to, I don't know, bail me out sooner rather than later, and I'd be most obliged. Morris. From Morris Chen to H. Lawson. Hilda. I'll put it bluntly, this place is one bad key press away from total disaster. Earlier today, I accidentally selected the begin pollinization cycle function on this terminal. The cycle just activated. No password protection, no confirmation message, nothing. As it so happened, there was a scheduled tour making its way through the orchids. At about that moment, somehow, that idiot groundskeeper exterminator mechanicals got activated, giving the waspitos something to sting. That wasn't the tour group. Those people barely got away with their lives, and I don't think we'll be so lucky next time. Hilda, I reread my last message to you and feel I owe you the deepest and most heartfelt of apologies. I've been such an entitled bore since I received this promotion. In reality, I should have been thanking you. To oversee the day-to-day coming and going of creatures as majestic as these waspitos is a great honor. Congratulations on your promotion, by the by. I would have thought I'd been mad, especially considering how central my waspitos were to your new position. But since that treatment I found is difficult to stay mad about, much of anything, I hope you enjoy Byzantium. Morris Chen. Okay. Right here. Alright, so we have some idea of a potential motivation. They are burning.
Not bad, huh? Someone else will clean this up, right?
Goodbye. I mean, sure. I guess so.
I've already told you 6 times, and I'll tell you 6 more. I don't want a fucking tour!
All right, then.
You can badger me all you want. I don't care if I'm from Forest Mills. I'm here as an individual, and I have just as much right to be here as any other visitor. You're welcome to bring a lawyer if you really want to try to force me out, but I can guarantee you that I will bury them.
He seems very angry. So do you scream at every single person who approaches you, or am I special?
Don't play dumb with me. How many of you fools have I spoken to by this point? 7? 17? Wait a moment. You have all your teeth. You're not soaked in filth, and you don't look quite as slack-jawed as the regular Rizzo staff. Are you not with Rizzo's?
No. I am not.
My mistake. I'd ask what your intention was for coming here in that case, but I imagine you're not here for the Spectrum original either. Regardless, please inform me if you'd be interested in a job. I've spent enough time out here that I'm starting to itch. I do not enjoy itching. I'm sure you have questions.
Interesting. You mentioned working together?
I did. You see, Rizzo's has been advertising a contest in the puzzle hedges. Whoever gets to the center first gets a bottle of the first Spectrum ever made, the Spectrum Original. My interest, however, lies with the associated promise, the chance to attend the Spectrum Brown unveiling and meet Halcyon Helen.
Helen's dead, but Rizzo hasn't formally cancelled the contest.
Indeed, you are a savvy one. Rizzo's can no longer make good on their promise, which means this entire contest is one big fraud case. All I need is a single piece of evidence. With the Spectrum Original bottle, which is located in the center of the puzzle hedges, I will have all I need to sue Rizzo's for all they're worth. That's where you come in.
Why would Rizzo's give one of their original products away for free?
I don't know if you know this, but Rizzo's is on the outs. They're losing power and losing money. This was no doubt a desperate bid to regain some lost clout. That, or their marketing team is particularly spiteful. You know the saying, I'm sure. Why work for a promotion when sabotage takes half the time and a quarter of the effort?
Why does Forest Mills want to sue Rizzo's?
Technically, I sue not on behalf of Forest Mills, but for my own benefit. In arbitration, it might be difficult to argue that this contest is designed to slight Forest Mills. However, as it so happens, if my lawsuit takes a chunk out of their savings, then I can collect while also damaging their capital. It's a mutual win. I make millions, Rizzo's falls further from the board's good graces, and Forest Mills products look that much more valuable compared to Rizzo's trash.
Not sure I understand why you need my help. It's just a maze, isn't it?
Navigating the maze is normally no easy task. Rizzo's has no interest in giving their property, however old, away for free.
If that means we're technically stealing, I'm in.
I'm glad you're feeling confident, but this maze is deadly by design. And if that weren't enough, Zimmerman and Navarre don't want anyone sneaking away with their prize. The place is mined and rife with murderous mechanicals.
Oh, lovely. Is anyone else trying to get the Spectrum Original?
2 buffoons, but persistent buffoons. There's that woman from Glacial Age who has perhaps never had an original idea in her life and hopes to pass the original off as her own. Then there's Navarre, who is strange. I suggested I give her the original after my lawsuit if we worked together, but she wouldn't hear of it. It must be hers alone, it seems.
All right, I'll get you a
Excellent.
prize.
I look forward to finally being able to focus solely on legal matters. Oh, and keep an eye out for competitors. Odds are they'll be looking out for the original as well.
Greetings. Have you brought your auto mechanical to the service technician lately?
Sounds both banal and scripted enough to be a code phrase. Am I wrong?
Respectfully, I think there are better places to try to sell things than the middle of a hedge maze. Judging by this exchange, I presume you are not the person I was waiting here to meet.
What the hell are you, whatever it is, ooh, what do I want to say to her? How do you know I'm not?
You're not covered in a layer of dirt, fertilizer, and self-loathing.
Oh.
Listen, I don't know you, so I'd rather keep my admissions to a minimum without the presence of legal counsel. I was waiting for someone to give me information about these hedges. That's as much as you need to know.
All right then.
Why do people who are hiding something always have so much to say about it?
I take offense to that, I think.
Oh, I get it. You're after the prize in the center of the hedge, too.
Shh, not so loud. Ah, damn it. I guess you already know.
Yep.
I am indeed looking for the prize. You've caught me. Nope. There's a bottom feeder who sees an easy payday connected to it, but he's hardly worth considering. I also briefly engaged with an optimistic young woman intending to use the original as a springboard for upward mobility. Better than letting it rot, but still not ideal. Did you now? And how do you know the others aren't secretly Rizzo's agents who'll stab you in the back and take the bottle the moment you turn away? Give me the original and your actions will actually matter. I can promise you that.
Won't let you go to the unveiling. Why are you here?
What interest have I in an unveiling? I don't watch much in the way of serials, and crowds only make it easier for people to get behind you. I'm after the Spectrum original itself. And not to drink. Have you noticed that there's no trace of anything the corporations have done in the past? In fact, this contest for the original is the only time I've ever seen a corp refer to a prototype product not currently on the market. And why isn't it on the market?
So the case is quite interesting. There seems to be something about this particular drink that Helena was supposed to promote for the company that turns out they might have had a particular parasite inside that was designed to control people. So I'm trying to figure out what the motivation was to kill her in the first place, unless she knew something and was going to tell people what was actually inside the bottle in the first place. That's as much as I know.
Indeed. And it's happened before. Seems the Corp are trying to hide their past failings. Anyhow, it's valuable to me to collect that which might inform future generations. Think fast. Never know when someone will come out of a bush, bolt or pistol at the ready. Keep your voice down. Never know who might be listening. Nobody of consequence. Think of me as an archivist. I collect that which the corporations have dismissed as failures and try to sweep under the rug. Take the recalled Spacer's Choice Powerhead. It was a shotgun shell on a stick, apparently supposed to be used like a spear. Had a tendency to ream the user's torso with buckshot. Corps don't want the common man to know about screw-ups like that, which is why I keep my actions decidedly in the shadows. I did. Someone I paid to inform on the orchards after I heard murmurs of a prize here. For security reasons, I never learned much about my contacts. All I knew about this one was that they were a groundskeeper. But the one here is either senseless or acting very well. Presumably, whoever I was in contact with was lying. Or they were found out and hurled off the side of Eridanos. It's a risk of the business.
Okay, so. By drone. Damn it. Alright, so now I gotta go through this stupid maze and find what is apparently one of the first bottles ever made. This way. I feel like that's a lie. Rizzo's. Any more? Nope. Woohoo! Anyone in the maze? Whoop.
Anyone else?
Sons of bitches. There we go. Energy. Energy. I feel like I'm coming closer. Whoa.
You are in for it now.
Whoa! Who's next? Oh yeah. This is fine. No issues in my end. Whoa! Nice. I don't know if I'm going the right way. We're gonna pretend I am. Let's see how that works out for me. Oh! This way.
My word, stranger, you sure gave me a fright. I thought you were one of those strange sorts heaving all over the place. Maybe they got a bad batch of purpleberry wine. Since you don't seem to be laughing maniacally or projectile vomiting, think you could do me a favor? I'm trying to come up with a new name for a glacial age product, but the creative side of things just isn't my area of expertise. Do you happen to have any ideas?
As it so happens, I freelance as a product design consultant. My advice isn't cheap.
Wow, a real consultant. And I had the good fortune for you to luck into me. I'd be delighted to pay you.
Oh, lovely.
So, the company I'm with is Glacial Age. Our products usually have a finer ring to them, and the product I'm trying to name is a vodka. Take your shot.
What do you think of a volatile vodka could appeal to the Hammersmith crowd?
Wow, that sounds great! I'm sure my bosses will love it. And don't worry, I'll absolutely credit you in one of the product footnotes.
I get the funny feeling you're not just here to sightsee.
Hell no! Who'd sightsee in a place like this? I've nearly stepped on 3 landmines, and I just had to crawl through a hole in a hedge
So
to
many of
keep
those.
myself from being crisped up by a mechanical. When you hear the word maze, do you typically think of instant death lurking around every corner? Because I sure don't.
Going to take a wild guess, seeing how you're in the maze. You want to reach the center.
Close. I want what's in the center. You've heard of the competition, right? Whoever gets to the center gets a rare Rizzo's product and the chance to meet Halcyon Helen? My eyes on the rare Rizzo's product, namely the Spectrum Original, the first product Rizzo's ever made. I intend to reverse engineer it and make it Glacial Age's own.
Of course you
Taking
do.
someone else's old thing and repackaging it as your new thing? Classic Byzantium.
Ooh, this is dandy. I was not expecting any feedback from field testing before I'd even created the product. I'll be sure to jot that down for future reference. All I need for my prototype is the original itself. Then I can start production.
For anyone who has any moniker of appreciation for their own sleep, do not have a child. They will cry and moan and keep you awake late into the night. Even if you think you've checked everything, they will still be like, no, just gonna keep crying. Gonna make your hour miserable. And then once I'm done bitching, then I'll fall asleep. And if you're lucky, I might get an hour. Or I'm like, actually, I'm hungry. Feed me again. Someone else.
Looks like the others are getting a little more aggressive. I know it's asking a lot, but maybe you could find it for me instead. Help out a struggling R&D developer.
Oh god, piss off. You're not the only one seeking this product, right?
Reckon not. I've seen a couple of folks as out of place as, well, me. One's a lawyer. You can tell by the smell of cigarettes, booze, and tears. Must sense there's a lawsuit to be found with the original. On principle, I don't want him to get it. Also, ran into a woman with a funny look in her eye. Plain told me she wanted the prize so she could stick it on a shelf. Hell's the use in that. Shelf ain't gonna help nobody.
Good luck with that.
My, oh my, wouldn't it be wonderful if a freelancer could help rescue me from my horrible plight?
Alright, I'm just gonna leave her. Whoa!
How about that?
Ooh, level up! This is actually a bigger maze than I thought. No? Wait a second. Is this it? No, that can't be it. Wait, what the hell? Oh. Examine. The treasure must be near. I can almost smell it. Well, I could if I had any sensation in my nose or mouth. I've been eating purple berries for the last day, and though at first they were pleasant, lately it's been harder to work my jaw to chew them. 6 of us entered this maze under the pretense of a friendly hunt for the maze's secret, but only a fool would take that at face value. Carter got us lost in only a few hours, and when Sydney and some of the others became abrasive, I decided to be proactive, fewer people to split the reward with. Before I shot him, Carter claimed that it wasn't worth it, that the treasure could be shared. He must have been desperate indeed if he thought I would fall for the same trick twice. Whatever the case, I'm sure I'll be up and searching again. I will find the treasure, or I will die trying. Alright, so I'm trying to get to the center. Okay. What is that? That building. That's what I'm looking for. I haven't been here. That's a good sign.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Ooh.
Analysis. Ground appears to be scattered with purpleberry seedlings. This particular strain is of a variety proprietary to Rissos and should not be in common use.
You notice the glass bottle containing some of the seedlings half buried in the dirt. Looks like the person who took the original didn't hide their tracks so well. Pick up Purpleberry Puzzle Hedge Completion Certificate. 5%. Note the promise of discount, non-binary, blah blah blah. Yada yada yada. Captain Robin's spine. Search the conservatory. Okay. So unfortunately, someone has actually taken the prize. Now I need to find a way out! Ooh. Lost this madness of a maze. What? Crap, I'm lost. No. Wait, I'm closer now. Yes, perfect.
Hi there. You forgot? All I need for...
Oh, nah. Goodbye. Right. No, it was this way. Yes.
I'm glad you're back. The sooner I gain your assistance, the sooner I can leave these miserable outdoors and return to my temperature-controlled office. I'm sure you have questions. Has there been an... Well, don't...
Oh my god. Okay. This has turned into quite the little... investigation.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh, where? Probably someone's shoes. Footprints.
Timeline discrepancy detected. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Welcome to the Purpleberry Orchids storage building, the sweetest storage building this side of Eridanos. Please do not attempt to lick any part of the storage building. Most components contain at least 40% cyanide. Willy Wonka would love that. Access inventory records. Investigate the storage warehouse's inventory logs. Purple berries are growing a heck of a lot faster than the automechanicals can pick them. I should be mighty perturbed by what we're wasting. But since I had that treatment, all I'd felt is glad about things. Goodness, this promotion sure was a life changer. Speaking of, Rudy, I had a feeling your reading this caught you a couple of times peering at me from behind hedges and the like. How about you swing by my shack and we bury the hatchet? I'm a changed man since you recommended me for this promotion. Got a bottle of Spectrum vodka we can share, and a chapter of the brand new Halcyon Helen serial. Knew you never liked that. I got advanced copies. Come by, Jacob. Yarbo, I must admit that when your older superior described you as a misanthropic, law-damned redacted, I did not expect you would have ever acclimate to a position so many others have loathed. Productivity is at an all-time high, and what's more, you're... Jesus. I can't even focus now. You've not only impressed many visitors with your wonderful attitude, but you somehow seem to get along with the Waspquitos. Or at least they haven't killed you yet. I would like to offer you an unprecedented reward, a one-time 15-minute break to be taken at your discretion. Well done, Yarbo. To Yarbo, subject hypotheticals. So, Jacob, got a quick theoretical question for you. Let's say, theoretically, that one of the Wilderness Exploitation Reserve keepers got drunk and thought he'd indulge himself in some after-hours hunting. Let's say he theoretically released our primals, and those primals theoretically proceeded to beat him to death with his own rifle, then escaped to the orchids. Obviously, I'm just worrying for the sake of worrying, but if someone like that were to happen, and I'm not saying it did, especially since such a screw-up could cost me my job, theoretically, Rizzo's may have tested some of their products on these primals, and these primals may have acquired a taste for Rizzo's booze that I know you have stocked in the orchids. Look, if you see any wayward primals, and I'm not saying you will, please for the love of the lore send me a message. Huntmaster Carlos. It's nice that they're kind of pointing stuff out. Actually, yeah, let's get the one in the maze here, because I don't think that's going to be far. Beautiful. Nope, that's not the way out. That's the way out. Oh, dear Lord. Wait, does that mean you'll need Spectrum Red Orange? Ask the Nut Hut vendor about Spectrum Vodka.
It's Rizzo's. Welcome to the Purpleberry Nut Hut.
So
wonderful customer.
This is why they're crazy.
Thank you for giving my humble existence value.
I don't know if whatever that
it's keeping them controlled.
But let's keep our distance.
I sure am. Good lamps you got on you to take notice.
Is on your neck.
Oh, that? I call it my little passenger.
I don't know why. The name just appeared in my head when this thing showed up on my neck.
Don't move, I'll try to cut it off.
Don't you dare! Or I'll cut something off you!
Wow.
Gosh, I'm sorry. I don't know where that came from. I just felt this urge to protect my little
Creepy!
passenger, even if it means hurting you.
It's like 1989's Batman all over again with the Joker. That's not normal behavior. How long have you been like this?
Couple of days. Ever since it showed up, I've been feeling happier and happier.
I bet!
I really can't imagine life without my little passenger.
No! So where did you find this little passenger?
I don't know.
Tell me all about him.
It just appeared one day. I guess I just picked it up while working in the orchards. Sometimes I wonder how it showed up, and I start to worry. But worrying feels bad, and I hate feeling bad. So I don't worry about it.
Yes, I have a malign tumor just growing out of the side of my neck, but I won't worry about it. I just won't inquire, so it's fine. I can live with it.
I'd love to get you something. Maybe a couple somethings? Whatever you like, I can sell it to you at a low, low price.
I bet you can. I need to ask her.
Wow, what a strange question. I'm much too delighted to be suspicious. I sold lower-level spectrums to workers from RR&DD Labs, Hive Control, and the Conservatory. Jacob's predecessor also splurged briefly on a bottle beyond his pay grade, and Black Hole Birdie bought my most expensive spectrum when he visited.
That's a good one, Impulsive.
More. Oh, if you're looking for your own spectrum, remember that you can always buy from the Nut Hut or the Grand Colonial Bar, so long as you have the bits to back up your taste.
Before she died, have you seen her?
No, I'm sorry. The only celebrity who shopped recently is Black Hole Birdie. Quite the affable man, as it so happens. And the stories are wrong. He could probably lift 2 benches of tossball players at once, not just one. Laws, not just affable, but virile, too. Ooh, wait a minute. Now that his beau's dead, that means Birdie's single. Maybe I'll strike up a little more than conversation the next time he
It can't be
comes
simple
by.
as Birdie being the killer, can it? You know Birdie's a suspect in Helen's murder, right?
Oh my! Birdie, a murderer? Well, everyone has their flaws. I'll be sure not to bring it up on our first date.
You are creepy as fuck. Anything you can tell me about the orchids?
I'm so glad you asked. The orchards are my 3rd favorite subject, with my first being Rizzo's refreshing drinks and my second being Rizzo's toothsome confectionaries. Our orchards are the source of 63% of Rizzo's total produce, which correlates to 112% of fresh goods throughout all of Halcyon. Give or take a few percent, of course. If you want to know more about each part of the orchards, might I recommend one of our fantastic tours? One of our options is even audio guided as a special bonus feature.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so understandable.
Maybe the killer is someone infected like her.
Changed your mind, though.
That's a good point. Well, it wouldn't even be Cuckoo. They'd probably just be under the control. But sure, we'll call it Cuckoo.
Thanks. Now.
So what am I missing?
Our alcohol stocks are
Oh, she's already pointed out the rest of them. Awesome. Wait a second. I can get closer. Aha, there is one in here. Oh, you're joking. Wait. Ooh. 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 Wait a second. No. Hydrogen? No, that's something else. That can't be. Who ate my lunch? Okay. So nothing else of importance here? Except for a pistol? I guess not. Alright, back outside. Honestly, I did not think this expansion was going to be this long. Like, I am quite impressed by it. Go, 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 go. All right. You'll need spectrum red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violets, and black. Although you found all 8 flavors, you ended up drinking one. You'll need to find a replacement. Wait, which one did I drink? Hold on. There's a pen. I got green. I got blue. I think I sold it is what I've done. Violet. Indigo. Black. How would I have... All right, red. So what am I missing? I still need orange, yellow, blue, indigo, violet, blue, indigo, violet, black. So just orange and yellow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Where's orange? Would I have drunk him?
Welcome.
How's the investigation?
Still looking.
Well, just
damn it. What do I get? We'll worry about that later. Inspect Bride console. Where do we need to go for that? Oh my god, that's all the way here. On the other side of that. Alright, so I need to go into that maze. If I can go into that maze. There we go.
This console is 95% non-functional. Remaining 5% functionality stems from display reading console non-functional. Cause of shortout is most likely related to purple residue splattered all across the keyboard.
Taste residue.
You've got to be doing this just to mess with me.
Yep.
Substance contains trace amounts of purple berries, fruit flavors, and artificial sweeteners number 35, number 49, number 240, number 322, number 314, and many, many, many others.
Looks like several... Okay. No, I won't worry about that for now. We can worry about that another night.
You're back, I see. Glad Slug hasn't managed to scare you off.
I think it's more of a wonder that nothing in these law-forsaken orchards has managed to kill them.
How's the investigation going? You got a complete report for me yet?
Yes, I've completed my investigation.
All right, let's hear the details.
A drink was spilled over the processing console, shorting it out.
A drink? I ain't never heard of no saboteur dumping drinks all over equipment to destroy it. I hate to say it, but that sounds more like worker carelessness.
How many times do I have to tell you this, old man?
Company
Slug
sabotage?
isn't behind your problems. Slug wouldn't even need to cause you problems. Your own workers do enough.
And herbicide was mixed in with the fertilizer, which ended up killing the saplings.
Ha! Knew Slug was behind the damn sabotage.
Please. We're subtle, but that's too subtle. If we wanted to destroy your saplings, you'd have known them by the blackened remnants of their stems, not some half-assed poisoning.
I took care of the roaming exterminator.
I see you left a few of them intact even. Smashed more than I'd like, but I guess I'm glad you didn't obliterate them all.
Never did like leaving a job half-finished myself, but that's me.
So what were the fine details of the sabotage anyhow? Were Slug's lackeys trying to get the mechanicals to kill all our waspitos?
You're worried that Slug is trying to mess with your livelihood?
Of course. And what better way to do that than by targeting our pollinizers? It'd be a hell of a pain to kill manually, but if you set the mechanicals to do it...
In your delusional fantasy, the waspitos wouldn't be out until next pollinization cycle. Wouldn't someone notice the rampant mechanicals beforehand?
That seems like a question you should be asking yourself.
Is there a way to manually initiate a pollinization cycle?
Well, yes. It's possible to manually start and end cycles in Hive Control, but we keep a careful watch on it. And there have been no non-Rizzo's personnel in or out.
Stop wasting everyone's time, Hathaway. What you're proposing is infinitely less likely than an idiot maneuver by one of your incompetent workers. I won't hear any further slander. Let's go through this one final time so even you can't confuse it, Hathaway. Slug didn't do a damn thing to your orchards. You're chasing ghosts.
Talk about ghosts all you like, but someone was screwing with my orchards. If it wasn't Slug, then who the hell was it? You picked a hell of a time to lose your tongue over there, friend. I guess I can't force you to tell me anything, but the peace of mind would have been worth much to me. Right now, we of the orchards have to settle things with Slug. I reckon that you're about as impartial a third party as we're gonna get. Can you mediate?
Ah, what the hell. The orchardist seems to get off on complicating what should be a simple deal, but at this point, I just want to be paid and go. The pollen in the air is agitating.
Rizzo will have bits to spare after the Brown unveiling. Could pay then with interest.
Never like paying bits if I ain't gotta, but you're right. If we get production finished now, we'll be able to pay later. Thoughts, Slug Boy?
I think that's the first interesting suggestion I've heard since our back and forth began. Slug can wait for an increase in costs. I hope we won't have this conversation again.
Radio. Alright. Apart from that. Map. Strange disappearance of a watchman. Let's have a look. Oh, that's not at all what I thought that was going to be. Oh my god. Da 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 da. Yeah, this has turned into a much longer mission set.
Did you hear that someone tore one of the doors?
Oh, I wonder if... No. Eden's Trail? Oh, wait. Oh, no way. Evan, remember cards tonight? If you don't show, I'll set a Raptidon loose in here with you. I'm kidding. But don't forget, you hear? I need help knocking Bea down a rung or 3. She's had me writing field reports for her all week. Botanical Operation Buildings cards tonight, Fritz. This is stealing, but guess what? I don't care. Hello. How do I open that? There has to be a way to get across that. No? Mechanical operations. Oh. Alright. Down we go.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Analysis concludes. The losing player used an overly cautious strategy that led to an insurmountable deficit in points.
Didn't Vargas describe Evan as overly cautious? I guess it showed in his play.
Slot discipline records show a half-dozen reports of illegal gambling in games of chance on company property. Perhaps there's evidence of an ante for this game?
Maybe the gambling debt someone cashed in on. It's like employee schedule under Crew C, Purpleberry Orchids, and Connector Complex. Someone has scratched out the name and replaced it with Evan O'Connelly's. Wait a second. Well, that's helpful. Well, I'm sorry, what? A flamethrower? Kinda curious now. Just need a reason to use it. You lock down alert. Alert to all Sublight Underground agents. Until further notice, the Eridanos Atmospheric Complex is under lockdown. No person is permitted to arrive or depart from the complex without explicit permission from Mr. Kincannon. Messages. Vargas, subject under control. Hey, Miss Vargas. Wanted to let you know everything is under control. Situation's normal, just a small weapons malfunction and a slight gas container combustion. Workplace hazard, really. Maybe if you actually trained us instead of spending all of your time shouting your over-infatuated head off, Slug wouldn't need to buy itself a new wall. Or, well, live and learn, yeah? Someone not part of your crew. 21 on my idiot's maintenance crew who is still alive and not actively on fire. I've gotten a dozen reports about an explosion in the generator room. Last I recall, I sent a team of the hullheads down there for a routine inspection. Please, please tell me you remembered to shut down the void-forsaken generator before you started jabbing around in there. Tell me you at least remembered that most basic of safety procedures. Because if you forgot again, I swear on my grandmother's grave, I will find out, and then I will find you. And if, and I do mean if, any of your organs are still functioning after I've finished with you, I will rip them out. And sell them to the nearest Spratwurst vendor, which will make maybe half a dent in the monetary damages you've caused on Slug's behalf! Fuck! Ooh. Safe? What safe? Which safe was that? This safe? Another flamethrower. That I don't need, because I got one. Rightio then. Oh. Well, in that case, let's get a little bit closer to that. And then run across. Ooh.
Hey, Crew C. It's Amelia. Evan must have gotten into the Spectrum in these crates. Listen to this.
Come out! Come out to play!
Law. He's having a grand old time. I'm gonna take him to A2 under the hotel so he can sleep it off. I'll meet you back at the orchard straight after. See you soon. Evan, come on, you slackwit.
Hmm. Evans Trail. And oh, there's still more there. Jesus. Aha. Ooh. Here we are.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Oh. Where? What is that? Oh.
Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known
Kater
as...
Reynolds.
Hey, what are you doing in here?
Carter.
Are you authorized to be in the conservatory? Are you trying to give me a heart attack?
Maybe.
Are you my ex-wife?
Possible.
No, she fell off the side of Eridanos under mysterious circumstances 6 years ago, conveniently rendering our marriage contract null. You must be the new, groundskeeper? That can't be it either, seeing how the new one hasn't died yet. Just who are you?
You were right the first time. I've returned from beyond the grave to exact my revenge. I'm a freelance captain. I've been hired to investigate Halcyon.
An inspector? Well, I don't think you'll find any evidence here. You're welcome to ask what you want, seeing how I figure you would anyway. Bleeding hell. Standing up like this makes a body forget how stiff he gets, bent over plants all day. Oh, seems I'm not as young as I feel.
Found this bottle at the heart of the puzzle hedge. Says it's yours.
Oh, there that damn thing is. Thank you. I guess this proves it's wise to label your things. Otherwise, some fool might use them as prizes in an ill-advised scavenger hunt.
Found it real close to where I should have found Rizzo's originals.
I will admit, I did take the original, yes. But I did so to keep it away from those who shouldn't have it.
Ah.
It's safer in my hands. If you're here to get it, I might suggest you give up. I'm known to be quite a stubborn git.
Really? You're taking the original makes it seem like Rizzo lied about the prize, which is fraud.
Damnation, hadn't thought of that. Isn't my having it better than any random guest making off with it? I guess not, if it'll cause the company more trouble. Here's the original. Don't do anything with it that I wouldn't do.
Nice and easy.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints. Timeline discrepancy detected near. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Jesus
Christ. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints.
She was around quite a bit.
Timeline discrepancy detected. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints. Timeline discrepancy detected nearby. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
She went into here. The question is, what was in there? That was so goddamn important. I don't have access. Blast! Blast, you woman!
Timeline discrepancy. Congratulations, Inspector. You've discovered more footprints belonging to the deceased actress known as Halcyon Helen.
Who do I give it to? Well, I said I was gonna help the lawyer.
I'm glad you're back. The sooner I gain your assistance, the sooner I can leave these miserable outdoors and return to my temperature-controlled office. I'm sure you have questions.
I have the original. Here you go.
Finally! Where have you been all my life, my darling? You and I will make quite a team, won't we? Your pay, good freelancer. I shall win this case in your honor.
Journal. Can't get there. Report to Administrator Ludovic. Okay. How would you rate this game versus similar games? Ooh. Relatively high as far as the storytelling, although this has been a much slower DLC. So I don't know. Like, everything from the base game has been really well paced and really well designed.
The brochure never mentioned anything about mosquito attacks. What other dangers are they?
And that's not to discredit the storytelling chops in this, because I must admit there is something definitely intriguing about how this is all playing out. But yeah, it's definitely nowhere near as action-packed. How the hell do I get down there? Ah. What the hell? Oh.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
A2 card to unlock. Where the hell do I get one of those cards? Whoa. B1 card? Steel Spectrum Brown. Dear Diary, my new living quarters are real swell, but I'm having a bit of trouble getting to sleep every night. Management kindly offered a board to board me up in the hallway while they commandeer my room for Spectrum launch storage. Since then, I swear I've been seeing things. Now I'm sure it's due to lack of sleep on account of the darn leaky pipe above my bed. But last night I saw something like a giant worm slither past me. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm entirely grateful all of the space I have, but I have to find a way to get some rest before I go completely mad. Okay. That's a big monster in there. I can deal with that. While I continue to try and find... Oh, shit. Yep, no. Okay. Flamethrower! Oh, God. That's not doing enough damage. Wow! Kill it! Kill this thing! Shit, 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 shit! I mean, yeah, overall, I would probably give it, if I was to give it a number, it's probably going to be like a 8.5 out of 10. Shunt. See, my other issues, and I don't know how this will play out in the rest of the mission, but I feel like there's more of a lack of, like, connective tissue with the choices you're making compared to the base game. And it could still surprise me. It's still, like, it is meant to be its own individual arc of a story, so I'm not really expecting it to have everything concluded in the same way that the base game does. Wait, how the hell do I get in there?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Spectacular and 3. Oh god, no, I'm not reading that. Need to find the key. Worker ID of Helen's sidekicks. Containing the IDs of Halcyon Helen's sidekicks who were killed, mortally wounded, mulched, melted, torn to ribbons, decapitated, or turned into mechanicals in the line of duty, or otherwise identified as post-mortem. Wow. Who lives here? A1?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Yes, except I can't get inside. Damn premise. Damn it. There has to be another way to open this. Hello, what's this? Ooh.
I'm trapped in room A3. Please, someone come help me. I'm feeling weak. Please just open the door. And I'm not sure how much.
This note as a service
longer
request to
I'll make
fix
it.
A3's faulty door. Oh my god, I deeply apologize for not
Stuck.
following proper
I know
protocols
I
with
need to
this
write a
informal
service
request.
But I can't get it under the door.
But my terminal is broken, too broken to submit a service request form to fix it. I normally would never thumb my nose at our standard operating procedures, but I've been stuck in my room for several days now and believe I will likely starve to death quite soon. Well, I hope to hear from someone soon in regards to processing this urgent request. Thank you. Oh, you poor thing. Huh. B3. Nope.
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Nope. Can't do much with that. How the hell do I get in there?
Timeline discrepancy detected nearby.
Wow, you're the adjutant's own gun hand. Please, make yourself at home.
Trying to. Damn it. Alright. What we'll do. We will go speak to... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Penthouse. Here we go. Okay, so... Wait, is that... Ah, damn it. Thought that was the yellow one. Where's my quarters?
Timeline.
I want that. I'm pretty sure, yeah, that computer. All right.
I understand there was an incident at the orchards. The pollination cycle began without my authorization. Fortunately, you managed to save most of the hive. The wasp-ketos are essential to the orchards, you see. Losing them would have cost us months of production.
Glad to be of service.
Something about this incident troubles me. The circumstances are suspicious. But let's concentrate on the matter at hand. Have you discovered anything?
Reach for a cigarette. The plot thickens, Administrator.
You have my attention.
Dr. Blossom is dead, murdered by an unknown killer.
That's deeply upsetting. Dr. Leora Blossom was an extraordinary scientist and a friend. We have a murderer on the loose, Inspector. As if the death of Halcyon Helen wasn't enough of a blow to our facility.
She was in trouble when I found her. The other workers had turned violent.
Her commitment to her NDA was admirable. I'll make sure to accelerate the payout of her death benefits to her next of kin.
Let's not leap to conclusions. I don't know who's behind her death.
Interesting. The Rizzo's family is a small family, Inspector. Most of us recognize one another. Still, any information is good information. It troubles me to believe Leora could have been murdered by one of our own. If there's anything else you'd like to share, you have my attention.
I don't trust you.
That's troubling, to say the least. Any transfer of proprietary data is strictly prohibited without my permission. Yes, I share your suspicions. Someone didn't want you following their trail. This feels like more than corporate espionage. Someone's playing with us, Inspector. And I have never in my life enjoyed games. Did you discover anything else? Insisted. That's interesting. We'd scheduled a tour of the lab for Helen. Purely a public relations event to be held sometime in the indeterminate future. Then again, Helen and I were not well acquainted. I can't speak to her intentions.
What were you going to show her during the tour?
Little of consequence. We'd tour the grounds, pause at some locations appropriate for a portrait, let her shake hands with our scientists. Public relations.
Spent a little time at the orchard. I found evidence she was at a picnic.
A picnic? I don't recall approving a private social gathering at the orchards. I'll have to make a note of this information. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Was there anything else? This incident at the orchards must be connected to Helen's murder somehow. I don't know how, but I feel it in my marrow. My apologies, Inspector. This case is under your jurisdiction, not mine. I leave it in your hands. When you're ready, I suggest a word with the hotel coroner. She should have finished her autopsy by now.
Cool bananas. All right. I have skills. And what I should be doing, because I have a feeling it's going to be useful. Oh, sweet. Awesome. Got that to max. Now... what else can I work on? Science? Medical? Ooh. I don't know what else I'd want. Except for maybe long gun. But I feel like I got that where I need it to be. Give that some love, I think. Perks. Ooh, we got 2. Oh, what do I want? And Let's see. Wait, you deal increased damage based on the number of flaws you have. Oh shit, that's neat. Oh, that's how you strengthen yourself in this game. So if you have flaws... That's cool. Reduce penalty to accuracy when moving. Yeah, I might do that. Now, melee damage. Increase the amount of health received from your inhaler when Ellie is in your party. Ooh, yes. That'll be just handy. There we go. At least what I need for now. Alright. We will leave it there for tonight. Thank you for joining me. And I will continue this game next week on Saturday. And Wednesday, as long as Jason's in the mood, you can watch me play some Remnant 2 as we go through the last couple of stages that we have left for the Apocalypse mode. So yay, some difficulty, lots of swearing, lots of frustration. It's going to be fun. So I will see all of you, or whoever chooses to watch me, on Wednesday. I will have this video posted up on YouTube if you choose to watch it again. I do apologize for the yawning. It has been quite difficult with getting some proper, regular, consistent sleep with a newborn. As anyone who's got kids will know the feeling. But it was still fun. I do enjoy this game. Thank you for joining me, Impulsive and Doko, and I will see you next time. Bye.